so alive.
I've been living in the coldest zone. I admit my heart needs fixing. Turn away what I love the most. They had a different vision. Looking back, I messed up. Fake smiles, I dressed up. It wasn't always the best look, but it's my time, so I rise up. See, I paid my dues and I paid the price. I roll the dice and never take advice. Fool me once, don't fool me twice. Cause in the end, you're next in line. I gotta make it right. See, I gotta stand a fight. See, I gotta reach the light. See, there's way more life. Why do I let everybody get to me? Let it drain my energy. Let them take what's left of me. I'm used to it, so bring the heat. And I'll fight the beast that's inside of me. I see the eyes who lie to me. I see the pain that cries to me. And truthfully, it's clear to see that what you see is what you get. I ain't what you would expect. All these thoughts inside my head, who knew they came with side effects? It's my rep that I protect this world and I just can't connect. If I die with no respect, those who know have seen my best.
I got a whole lot of fight in me. I'ma give what's left, ain't no doubt in me. Tell them if they come, better come for me. I'ma live it right, there's new life in me. Yo, I got a whole lot of fight in me. I'ma give what's left, ain't no doubt in me. Tell them if they come, better come for me. I'ma live it right, there's new life in me.
Tell me what's my purpose though? Do I take control? Should I let it go? Do I let it slide? Or should I compromise? Cause all I know, it ain't worth my soul. It ain't worth the money, it ain't worth the fame. Ain't worth the sign to win the game. I know it's hard to make a name. Say I'm the same, but I know I change. I don't take the blame. Are you happy now? All these lies to make you proud. And all the time you've been cashing out. When you backing down when I'm calling out. I say I get it, but no I don't. You say you will, but I know you won't. You say it's real, but it don't show. And it makes me sick when you rock the boat. Is this how it should feel? Is this how I'm gonna live? Don't call me selfish, just the less I take and the more I give. That's just me, that's how I am. And in time you're gonna understand. You quick to run, too quick to judge. At the end of the day I am who I am. Yeah, should I take it? I'm getting so frustrated. These days are overrated. Why you make things complicated? It's always up and down, this and that. It's who you know and it's where you at. And money talks, and yes, that's a fact. And money talks and I take it back.
Fight in me. I'ma give what's left, ain't no doubt in me. Tell them if they come, better come for me. I'ma live it right, there's new life in me. You tell them I got a whole lot of fight in me. I'ma give what's left, ain't no doubt in me. Tell them if they come, better come for me. I'ma live it right, there's new life in me. Yes, I got a whole lot of fight in me. I'ma give what's left, ain't no doubt in me. Tell them if they come, better come for me. I'ma live it right with this life in me.
Breeze 93.9 FM. Feel the music.
Tell me about the good old days. Sometimes it feels like this whole world's gone crazy. Grandpa, take me back to yesterday, with the lines between right and wrong didn't seem so hazy. Did lovers really fall in love to stay, to stand beside each other, come on, babe? Was a promise really something people kept, or just something they would say? If family's really bad, it's to pay. Daddy's really never go away. Oh, Grandpa, tell me about them good old days. Grandpa, everything is changing fast. what we call it progress. But I just don't know. Whoa, Grandpa, just wander back into the past and paint me a picture of long ago. Did lovers really fall in love to stay, to stand beside each other, come back? Was a promise really something people kept, or just something they would say? If family's really bad, it's to pray. Daddy's really never go away. Whoa, Grandpa, tell me about them good old days. Lovers really fall in love to stay, to stand beside each other, come back. Was a promise really something people kept, not just something they would say and then forget? If family's really bad, it's to pray. Daddy's really never go away. Whoa, Grandpa, tell me about them good old days. Whoa, Grandpa, tell me about them good old days.
Here's another classic hit on Breeze 93.9.
Can you tell me why every night feels like a last night? I swear I'll never feel like it felt that last time. Chilling in your whip till the day breaks sunrise. And I was in love with you. I was in love with you. I remember that first night. We decided it was alright to chill for a little bit. Showed you some music and you showed me some too. And I went and sing that song for you. And every time I close my eyes, I'm reminded of how I really felt when it made you cry. 'Cause that's when I realized I really felt. So tell me why every night feels like a last night. I swear I'll never feel like it felt that last time. Chilling in your whip till the day breaks sunrise. And I was in love with you. I was in love with you. Do you remember that one night I was in your room and we were sleeping on that twin size mattress? Closed eyes, I was staring at you, dead in sleep. You're such an actress. When I'll never feel like you felt it last night. Chilling in your whip till the daybreak sunrise. And I was in love with you. I was in love with you.
Tell me why every night feels like last night. I swear I'll never feel like it felt that last time. Yeah. Chilling in your whip till the daybreak sunrise. Baby, I was in love with you. I was in love with you. I was in love with you.
Rosinha uli di sombranceltemak e zuita saluda antes di niga Radzaudzan malak estrezas durante em todo ememu a nogi distância como cupo palo zaniman malak guafi Ikonum nasugi airi prebatu la noci nai banderata gaigi pues atan fanni bandera kau Esta pagua pumalapa Gilo tanu man libri Sentanu iti man ko badi
Fanogi chamoru Politanota Kantai matunonya gitoru iluga Paraiona Parai gloria Abiba isla senpai Paraiona, Parai gloria, abiba
coração Then he must be good and in Nasinyahu who pressing my saddle Arabaputehi then defendi Nengi cultura lenguaje Airi hano Zanitano tamoru yes Zanitano tamoru yes Ire shaku la 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 Did I to get into stop that 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 It's the who what been mad Ihilo Zani Biblia Ibandera Ibandera Mohan yes 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 Ibandera Mohan yeah Kinini mastakilu Hina soku Kinini mastakalu Ikurason u Then he must be good Nani nasinyahu Ufresin my satu Parabaputehi Then defendi Nengi cultura lenguaje Airi hano Zanitano tamoru yes Zanitano tamoru yes Ni ire shaku la 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 Did I to get into stop that 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 It's the who what been mad Ihilo Zani Biblia Ibandera Mohan yes 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 Ibandera Mohan
Morning, Guam, Kahula. Good morning, Jason. Good morning. Dude, what happened?
Yes, good morning. It is a good morning.
Yeah, it is. Hey,
Kind of had a little bit of a nap there.
thanks for joining us.
Woo!
621. It's the link on the breeze. Good morning to our viewers on KUAM TV. You're looking so good this morning.
You are the ultimate alarm clock, my friend.
Thank you, my friend. It's 6:20. Still dark o'clock out there. Thursday, the 28th day of January. The show brought to you by Carrier, Calvo Enterprises, and IT&E. And coming up this morning, we are gonna break bread with the newly appointed Ethics Commission Executive Director Jesse John Kenga. This is something we kind of been following Well, we had Shannon Murphy of the Ethics Commission on a couple weeks ago, and she did say that a pick was slated to be made, and it is Jesse John Kenga, who, if you're trying to put a face to the name, well, he's coming on the Zoom, okay? But he is a dingette, just so you know. Also, Salvation Army coming on. They're doing a lot of stuff, and as we begin to reopen, I think a lot of people are kind of thinking, oh, everything's okay now, but it's not. There's still a lot of people struggling out there. And Salvation Army is doing their best to help out, so we'll find out what they're doing, how they're helping, and how you can maybe get some of that assistance. And then 7:30, the governor had her big speech yesterday, Bree, with the Chamber of Commerce.
Yeah.
Yeah. And, it was a classic Lou speech where the first 45 minutes was, these are all the great things that I thought it was a campaign speech.
It was a state. It seemed more like a state of the island address. So
Right,
it was
yeah.
the state of the economy.
Right.
address.
And so, of course, she ran through everything with the pandemic, and then there was a whole lot about economic diversification. And so the Chamber of Commerce working hand in hand, kumbaya, working hand in hand with the government, and they've apparently got some economic diversification liaisons. That sounds fancy. Working with the chamber, so we'll get Christine, and she's going to bring a few of these liaisons on, and then we're going to go fly up to the CNMI where they don't have COVID. Yes, they don't have COVID. Say what you want to say about their governor. They don't have COVID in the CNMI. In fact, Your Honor, I follow a lot of my friends in the NMI on Instagram, and I saw a post from the Saipan Young Professionals, Jason, and they are having a gala.
Wow.
A gala. Yes, a gala with gowns and people in each other's faces and a buffet probably, or I don't know, but they're having a gala in the CNMI. All right?
Interesting.
Yeah, I could just hear it's so there's always this like Guam CNMI, like kind of like people just, and I know people are like, oh, if you wanted to have a gala at CNMI, why won't you go there? Well, maybe I will.
Well, and it's going to be our buddy Kevin Bautista from the CNMI Governor's Office joining us, right?
Of course, yes.
Because I've seen on Facebook, he kind of like adds to his posts on his timeline, and he goes, CNMI is one of the safest places, if not the safest place, in the U.S. So that's kind of like their unofficial slogan, and deservedly earned.
Yeah, and they've also got, I believe, they've got the highest vaccination rate as well. So we'll catch up with Kevin. He's always down to humble brag. It's always a good time.
He's joining us for like kicking back on the beach on a lounge chair,
no mask,
margarita in hand. No, Kev's cool.
No, yeah. So when you talk about where in the world is there no COVID, it's so funny because like right in the NMI, there's like no COVID. They haven't had community transmission in like a very, very long time. So yeah, we'll do that. Also, Jermaine Alerta from the Guam Developmental Disabilities Council, he'll come on. I don't know what they've been doing. We get him on for an update. But as we get further into Peak War 2, government agencies all open, so of course we'll find out what kind of services they're offering and maybe how you can avail of those. And then Relay for Life, Jay.
Yeah, so our buddy Tina Nokit from the American Cancer Society Guam chapter is going to join us, because you remember last year, it's an island tradition where we as one big island family, island community, like right here on this show, everybody gets together traditionally at the GW track in Mingilao, and we do laps to celebrate Relay for Life. Last year it had to be a virtual thing, so Tina's going to join us and let us know what is in the plans for this year and how we will continue to encourage the patients and the families that are affected by cancer, to memorialize, the people that we've lost to the dreaded disease, and just what we can do to continue to fight cancer in our community. So
Right
she's
on.
coming up.
So of course last year was virtual.
Yeah.
So Liberation was virtual, Relay for Life was virtual, and so we'll talk with her and find out what type of relay we're going to have this year and how we can help.
You know what? I do have a special shout out though, because yesterday I was already off work, maybe like 2 in the afternoon. I got a special text message from the wife of a southern village that is very near and dear to your heart, Chris, from Malesu. So Mayor Ernest Chargaloff's wife. And Joseph, you got that picture, right? And she was asking, Sabrina, Jason, Joseph, and Chris, do you guys mind showing this picture and wish a very happy 60th wedding anniversary to Francisco Mata and Margaret Esteves Cruz? And this is coming from all of their children. 6 decades of marriage, you guys.
Wow, that's
Congratulations.
amazing. Yes, congrats. Viva Malesu. So that's what's coming up on the
That's a
show.
beautiful pic, too.
Yeah, that's so sweet. Hey, a day. Hey, a day, lovebirds. Good morning to F. Glenn on our Facebook Live feed. Thank you guys for jumping on the Facebook Live feed. You know, give it some shares. Roberto Francesini, Buongiorno Guam, Chamarita Regis, very loyal Link fam. Good morning, Chamarita. Hopefully, and good morning, Deb. Of course, saying hi to Mama Bear. Keep it safe, listening.
She said it's been very, very cold and very rainy out there in Kentucky.
Wow.
Whew.
Evelyn, Pablo, Jerobel. Good morning, Guam. Half a day. What else we got here? Angel Pete, Quintanilla Castro. Good morning, familiar KUAM News. Bananas, Idolos, half a day. Chris, Sabrina, Jason.
Good morning.
Chamarita Regis. Well, that's great news for the CNMI. Yes, it is. Keep up the good work. 6:27, Thursday morning. Let's go ahead and get right into the news. Good morning, Sabrina.
Good morning.
With the very latest from the KUAM News team. Good morning again to Sabrina Salas Matanani.
Off it, everybody. More than 10,000 checks totaling approximately $13.3 million in economic impact payments, or EIP, have been processed and were mailed out. This is the second round of EIP payments from the COVID-related Tax Relief Act of 2020. DRT will continue to process EIP-2 program payments through March 19th. EIP-2 program payments are based on validly filed and processed 2019 Guam individual income tax returns, or for non-filers, validly filed and processed forms EIP-NF filed by November 21st, 2020. Governor Leon Guerrero addressed the Chamber of Commerce in what can be described as a State of the Economy address. She described her administration's response to the COVID pandemic and outlined her plans for economic recovery. Nestor Lecanto reports.
She began her speech by recapping the impact of the COVID pandemic and explaining that her decision to shut down the island was for the health and safety of the people.
Our numbers show that this strategy is working. We are containing the virus better than our mainland counterparts, and we are top 5 in getting vaccines into the arms of our people.
She said these are painful and difficult times and acknowledged that many businesses were forced to close their doors.
You have had to look your employee in the eye and tell them they were furloughed. You had to adopt new business models, pushing your businesses outside the box because of social distancing.
She outlined a series of local and federal assistance that the administration helped roll out, but one that the business community has been clamoring for, a rollback in the business privilege tax from 5 to 4%, she refused to budge on.
Members of the chamber, I am here before you today to say we have to maintain the present level of BPT. Every day, I look at our government's cash report. More recent analysis by my fiscal discipline team has revealed the true impact of the Trump tax cuts to be $86 million. Over the last 3 fiscal years since 2018, we have lost nearly $200 million of our normal revenue stream because of the Trump tax cuts and this god-awful pandemic.
The governor says she's addressed the shortfall by reducing the budget by $67 million over the past 3 years and cutting the deficit from $83 million to $47. But she maintains they need the tax revenue to pay for government services.
We are in a serious crisis, and it requires me as your governor to not just look at the bottom line. It requires me to continue to provide a social safety net for our people without sacrificing a person's dignity to a decent job. Members of the chamber, I know we don't always see eye to eye, but you and I share the same goal. building a better, stronger Guam.
For Guam's News Network, I'm Nestor Lecanto.
Been the most popular and perhaps
Nestor. The 36th Guam Legislature's Minority Leader, Senator James Moylan, is requesting Speaker Therese Tulahi to consider holding an oversight hearing into allegations that have surfaced regarding alleged inappropriate behavior at the government's quarantine facility perpetrated by certain public health nurses. Senator Tulahi is the oversight chair of the agency. As we reported, KUAM received a copy of a complaint alleging certain nurses assigned to the government quarantine facility are logging hours for work they are not performing. Included in the complaint are allegations that certain nurses who are assigned suites in the hotel are sleeping on the job, drinking alcohol, or not even on site. The complaint cites an incident during which a passenger complained of chest pain and shortness of breath, but no assessment was performed, and the passenger was not offered to be transferred to the Guam Memorial Hospital ER for evaluation. Quote, she told the passenger to go to sleep. They're probably just nervous. One of the nurses also allegedly participated in the free community testing at the Micronesia Mall in December and mislabeled 3 people as negative. The supervisor had to call these individuals to inform them that it was a mistake. Earlier this week on The Link, public health spokesperson Janela Carrera said the complaint remains under review. When asked whether this meant it was under investigation, she again replied that it was, quote, under review. According to Senator Moylan's letter to the Speaker requesting for an oversight hearing, quote, what concerns me most about these accusations is that it identifies specifics where the health and welfare of some passengers were in question, as well as the opening of greater liabilities for the government. If these charges are deemed to be accurate, there needs to be some accountability placed on those responsible. A full day of vaccination clinics continue today, starting in Inarajan, where at the Southern Region Community Health Center, vaccinations continue through Saturdays, beginning at 8:30 in the morning for phases 1B and 1C. 250 tickets will be issued daily on a first-come, first-served basis. Meanwhile, vaccination clinics for Phase 1C at the UOG Fieldhouse continues today and tomorrow, beginning at 2 o'clock to 8 p.m. This is part of the National Guard's Operation Liberate Guam, with the goal of achieving herd immunity by Liberation Day. You're advised to schedule an appointment online at eventbrite.com. 85 slots will be available every hour daily. Those due for their second shot are reminded to bring their COVID-19 immunization card. Additionally, the vaccination clinic at Tietzen High also continues today from 6 to 8 p.m., but this is only for school-based employees that scheduled an appointment online. Public Health will also conduct free drive-through COVID testing today and tomorrow from 9 a.m. to 12 noon at the old carnival grounds in Tietzen and Barrigada area. Excuse me. Public Health is offering up to 300 COVID-19 tests each day on a first-come, first-served basis. Residents are reminded that this event is only a COVID-19 community testing. No vaccinations will be offered at that location. The Joint Information Center reports that 2 new COVID-19 cases have been confirmed out of 516 tests performed Tuesday. Guam's current COVID case count since last March is now 7,568, with 129 deaths, 88 active cases, and more than 7,300 recoveries. There are 9 COVID admissions in island hospitals, with 3 patients in ICU and 2 on ventilators. Guam's CAR score is now 0.4. A total of 22,049 vaccinations have been administered, with 4,751 individuals fully immunized. Father Adrian Cristobal has officially been defrocked, according to a media release from the Archdiocese. The former priest has been laicized, which officially deprives him of clerical offices, functions, and any designated power granted to him as a cleric. He also has no right to financial support from the Archdiocese. Since 2018, at least 4 people had come forward alleging the priest sexually abused them when they were children. That same year, a canonical administrative penal process was launched after consultation with the Vatican. Over the past 2 years, Cristobal has defied orders by Archbishop Michael Burns to return to the territory. Sanctions were issued against him, forbidding him from acting as a priest in public and hearing confession. Cristobal is the former chancellor of the Archdiocese. The local church will make no further comment on the issue due to ongoing litigation. The latest from murder defendant Joshua Palacios' trial, government witness Matthew Sablon testified he lied to officers the night of Keith Castro's homicide because he did not want to snitch. Sablan's house in Jigo is where Castro was killed in July of 2019. He testified the victim was tortured to his death. Here is Adriana Cotero with more from Superior Court Judge Vern Perez's courtroom.
In this investigation, when they were trying to find the murderer of Keith Castro, you were just giving a little bit of the information?
Yes.
I'll ask that again. Why?
I don't know.
Were you scared?
Yes.
Government witness Matthew Sablan testifies for a third day in murder defendant Joshua Palacios' trial. Palacios is accused for fatally shooting Keith Castro on July 28, 2019, at Sablan's home in Jigo. Defense counsel Tom Fisher cross-examines the witness.
On the 28th of July, 2019, after the event, you were questioned by members of the Guam Police Department. Is that correct?
Yes.
And when you were questioned by members of the Guam Police Department, you said that you could not identify either the two men involved or the two women involved, correct?
Yes.
And why was it, but you did know that Mossy was the one who was striking Keith, correct?
Yes.
And why is it that you withheld that information?
I didn't want to snitch.
So it's fair to say you are willing to lie to protect somebody, correct?
Yes.
Thomas Taitano, otherwise known as Mossy, pled guilty to aggravated assault for beating Castro with a metal baton. In court this afternoon, Sablan testifies it was a torturous assault.
It appeared that Keith was crawling at least at some point?
Yes.
And did it appear to you that he was crawling in any particular direction?
Underneath my car.
Is that the Lexus?
Yes.
Do you think he was trying to protect himself by crawling underneath your Lexus SUV?
Yes.
And in the process of Keith trying to protect himself, did Mossy continue to beat him?
Yes.
Sir, that sounds quite a bit like torture. Do you agree?
Yes.
The night of the incident, Sablan and past government witnesses, including Mossy, testified they were high on meth. Attorney Fisher questioned Sablan's involvement with the drug industry and further brought into evidence his interview with the Guam Police Department.
Do you remember telling Officer Mondia that you were trying to stop the fight and a bald guy aimed a pistol at you and said back the off?
Yes.
In that conversation, did you say words to the effect, "I don't want to be next"?
Yes.
In the course of that conversation that was lasting throughout the early morning hours of July 29, 2019, did the name Leighton Borja get mentioned?
Yes, by Officer Mendia.
Did you ever mention it?
No.
Did Mossy arrive at your house after he received a call from Josh Taitano?
Yes.
And is it your testimony, sir, that he came to your house to inquire after the pickup truck, but also to beat up Keith?
Yes.
You testified yesterday, sir, that you know Josh Taitano, isn't that correct?
Yes.
Leighton Borja is a repeated offender, his criminal history dating as far back to 2007, having passed federal drug-related convictions. For now, Borja's connection to the Castro case is unclear. As for the other named individual, Josh Taitano, he is the brother of Mossy. Mossy has testified he went to Sablan's home to confront Castro for talking about his family on social media. Palacios' trial resumes tomorrow morning at 9 a.m.
The Office of Public Accountability has issued a report on the Department of Chamorro Affairs non-appropriated funds. DCA reported a $660,000 net loss for FY 2019 as opposed to an increase the previous year. The agency received a clean opinion, however, but identified 3 material weaknesses and 1 deficiency in the DCA's non-appropriated appropriated funds internal control over financial reporting. The one deficiency was brought to the auditor's attention with the help of a concerned citizen. Between June through November 2019, $2,000 worth of rental billings to a specific Chamorro Village tenant were voided at the instruction and approval of DCA's former executive director, despite no evidence to justify the voided transactions. The report states this former DCA executive had a financial interest in this specific tenant. You can read the audit report at opa.guam.org. Senator Talina Nelson, who has oversight over the Port Authority of Guam, has launched a formal inquiry into the hiring practices employed by the port and justification for any past hiring involving individuals with criminal histories. She's also requested the Civil Service Commission to conduct a post-audit of the port's hiring practices. The letter also requests confirmation that the port's hiring practices over the previous 4 years have adhered to Guam laws and the government of Guam's administrative rules and regulations. The senator has also sent a Freedom of Information request to Guam Customs asking for details on the quality and frequency of cargo inspections at the port to address concerns of illegal drug importation. Established by law more than 20 years ago, we could finally see the Guam Ethics Commission get to work and accept complaints from the public about government corruption. Out of a field of 4 applicants, the commission selected Jesse John Kenga to serve as its executive director. Kenga is the executive director for the Guam Commission for Educator Certification and previously served as the assistant director of the Regional Center for Public Policy at the University of Guam. He holds a master's in public administration from UOG. Although he was selected by the commission, he still needs to be officially appointed by the governor and then must be confirmed by the legislature. The salary for the position is roughly $70,000 a year. And that's your news. Stay tuned for more on the link after the break.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by the Bank of Guam and KFC.
We're doing a good job, Guam. In the past couple of weeks, we've managed to keep the CAR score below 5. Together, we rose to the challenge when the governor asked us all to strive for 5.
In the past couple of weeks, we've not only brought the CAR score way down from being in the high 40s to below 5, we've shown the governor that we're capable of altering the course of this pandemic. We were on a path to uncertainty, but now because of all of our actions, we're doing better.
But better doesn't necessarily mean that we are out of the woods. We still need to watch our distance, wash our hands, and wear our masks. So please keep striving, Guam.
We got this.
It takes all of us to protect Guam. Join the Guam Visitors Bureau in our social media campaign series aimed to protect our island and each other in this COVID-19 era. Participate in the Protect Guam movement by wearing your mask, showcasing Guam's heroes, staying active, and downloading the Guam COVID Alert app. Post and share your content with us, use the hashtag ProtectGuam, and you could win $100. It's that simple. Check out visitguam.com for details. Let's reclaim our lives, our economy, and our tourism industry.
You're watching The Link with Chris and Sabrina on TV 11. Stick around because we're next on CBS This Morning.
We got your 6.
At 6 a.m. with The Link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6.
If you plan on leaving your house, don't forget your face mask. Along with hand washing and social distancing, wearing face masks can drastically reduce your risk of infection. Many people who catch COVID-19 can be contagious before they even start showing symptoms. The more people who use face masks, the less the virus can be transmitted, and and fewer individuals are exposed. When we both wear face masks, I protect you protect me, and we are both safe.
These are some of the signs that someone is thinking about suicide. Talking about wanting to die, excessive guilt or shame, and feeling like a burden to others. Feeling empty, hopeless, trapped, or having no reason to live. Feeling extremely sad, anxious, agitated, or full of rage with unbearable emotional or physical pain. Other signs include changing behavior, such as making a plan or researching ways to die, withdrawing from friends or saying goodbye, giving away important items or making a will, taking dangerous risks such as driving extremely fast, displaying extreme mood swings, eating or sleeping more or less, and using drugs or alcohol more often. If you or someone you know is showing these warning signs, get help as soon as possible. Call Guam Behavioral Health and Wellness Center's crisis hotline at 647-8833 or 4.
I'm riding through my village, come and take a ride. Jigo is my home and I'ma rep it till I die. I'm riding through my village in the 653. I'll guarantee that you'll never wanna leave. I'm riding through my village, come and take a ride. Jigo is my city and I'll rep it till I die. We'll come up to the north, I'll show you how we ride. It's 653, y'all better recognize. Well, Jigo is my hometown. I'm from the 653, guaranteed I'm gonna hold it down. This song is for the gigolos. I put it on for my village and I'll show you how we really do. A got for boomers stand up. From Emsley to Matog, channel a chance, dog, put it up. I'm riding through my village and we're chillin', bruh. To all my homies in back row, what's really good? I hear you haters talking, but keep on hater walking. It's 65-3, and we gon' keep it poppin'. Jigo is on the rise, you better recognize. And if you talking trash, we gonna black that eye. Now cruising down the Winston, then wipe our power states. Drinking and reminiscing, listening to this song play. What up to 505? He showed the 506.
What up, 505?
Throw it up and represent.
I just had to play this because this Josh Palacios murder trial is bringing out the seedy side of the 653. I just got to say there's a lot of good people in Jigo. Not everyone's smoking ice and murdering and cyberbullying on social media. There's some good people up north. All right. Good morning. It's 6:49. This is Lake of the Breeze. I'm Chris. Sabrina's dropping her boy to school, face to face, of course. Good morning on you. Good morning, Jay.
Good morning.
Let's head into the KUAM News Zoom room where we have the newly, I don't know if he's well, he's appointed, yeah, but he's still got to get approved by the legislature, right? As the new executive director of the Ethics Commission, we have Mr. Jesse John Kenga in the KUAM News Link Zoom room. Good morning, Jesse.
Hey, good morning, Chris. How are you doing today?
Pretty good. Congratulations.
Thank you, sir. You know, for a minute there when I was listening to your music, I said, does Chris know I'm from Agate? Is this a call out directly to where I'm from? No, I'm just kidding.
Well, Jess, we got a lot of Agate music.
Yeah, let me play an Agate song, bro.
We'll set you up.
Thank you.
I mean, just let's start at the beginning. I mean, there were, I think, 4 applicants for the position of Ethics Commission Executive Director. But what made you want to apply and to serve in this capacity?
No, absolutely. I think there's a lot of positive energy behind the work of the commission. There's an obvious call by our community to want to have a more transparent and accountable government. And so just my career, my educational background has always been about how do we provide for a better government of Guam, a more honest and transparent government. And I thought that this was probably ground zero to get that done, and something that I was most interested in at least seeing where that might go and whether or not I might be selected. And I was fortunate to get the news. I was really excited that I was selected and that we have this opportunity to get it up and running and available for the people of Guam.
I've kind of been talking about this for a minute, but I think what's going to be key to this position and key to this commission's ability to thoroughly investigate and act on the complaints it receives is impartiality and independence. That being said, do you believe that you are impartial and independent enough to head this commission?
No, absolutely. I think in terms of the duties and responsibilities of the director, it's obviously a candidate that you would want the community to feel comfortable kind of going to and saying, hey, you know, I have this thing, I'm curious if this might be a complaint or what's the process like. And so I thought I was able to articulate that well with the commission itself in their selection of me. And then even before my capacity, which I'm at currently at the University of Guam, I mean, we're seen as the independent guru. I mean, you and I worked together when we hosted the great debates. And so I thought that was like immense pressure. Obviously, you know, you can't avoid that people are related to others or have, you know, familial connections and whatnot. But I think we did well in that regard and trying to get both camps to agree that we were the best suited organization to host something like that. And we have for 20 years.
Right. Yeah. So what do you think some of the biggest challenges facing the government of Guam ethics-wise, Jesse?
Well, one of the first steps that we talked about in the interview, some of the goals that I had laid out was let's try to get everything situated with the commission. And then once we're set up within the government of Guam to work in that universe, then we'd like to get an education campaign going. And this goes beyond the community. I believe our workforce probably needs a reminder of what are the types of behaviors that are allowed, or maybe some things that they might want to reconsider out of that possibility they could be referred for an ethics violation. And so that would be probably goal number one. So if everyone's made aware and has a better understanding, and then now, you know, the onus is on us as the GovGuam workforce to do a great job with the resources we're given and make sure we earn the people's trust.
Do you believe that any of our laws need to be updated, especially laws regarding conflicts of interest? Maybe with, let me just riddle me this, right? So, just hypothetically speaking, if a certain senator has oversight of a government agency and her mom's sister is married to the director of that agency and her father's brother is a high-level manager of that agency, if the law says that there is no conflict of interest, I think it's kind of common sense that anybody who would look at that situation would probably be like, there's potentially something conflicting there. But yet the law allows it. So do you think there's any loopholes that we kind of need to tighten up on to kind of close these gaps where you have the law saying one thing's okay, but everybody in their right mind and the general public saying, oh, hell no?
You know, you bring up a good point. There's bound to be lots of possible loopholes or areas where conflict might exist. We don't know all the areas, and we probably just need to know that the commission is preparing to address those concerns once they do surface up. Most of the time, you know, things get filed in the books within our Guam code, and it's hard to find someone that knows or has memorized it from cover to cover. But we want to be able to say to the people of Guam that as a commission, we're able to recognize when there might be a violation. If there requires a change of the law, then how do we go about that? And that's obviously going beyond just our response to the community, but how we collaborate and to an extent with our lawmakers and ADALUP to see that, hey, maybe we want to put in these changes systematically so that people feel a little bit more confident that this is a honest and fair government at Guam.
So if you could just kind of go over what the commission's responsibilities and duties are as per the law that created it. So how much of it is going to be doing things like you just said, looking through laws and finding areas where people are getting away with stuff, or and then how much of it is also entertaining these complaints from the public?
I think our goal is to be able to do it all. You know, how we divide that would depend on sort of the demand that comes into the doors of the commission. So I haven't had a chance yet to get heavily engaged with them yet. The extent of our interaction was simply just the interview and then being informed of my selection. But I imagine there's going to be some kind of sit down, probably some strategic planning about what are those functions. The law outlines them, to specifically answer your question, a variety of responsibilities that we would have to account for. I mean, one of the things that is important to us is this ethics in government course. This is in the books. It's required that all government and elected appointed officials have to go through this ethics course. It covers about 8 topics, spans 4 hours, and covers everything from procurement, contracting, gifts, whether we accept gifts or don't accept gifts, open government law, the FOIA, Sunshine Act. So that runs the whole gamut. So that's one aspect, as well as financial reporting. We have found out that financial reporting of officials is done with the Election Commission, but it's really the onus of the Ethics Commission to collect those files and investigate whether those forms have been properly filled out, or whether or not, someone's not reporting correctly. And then we take action following that, How do we respond to something of that concern? So there's been some discussion, but there hasn't been a whole lot of it. I think it will happen as soon as we get off the ground and start to move in that direction before we can actually say, all right, everyone, people of Guam, we're ready for you. The doors are open. Please come and see us, and we can help assist with, your particular concerns.
I just want to go back to the impartiality and independence for the Ethics Commission and your role as the executive director. How important is it, or how important do you think it is for the body and yourself to kind of maintain an arm's length relationship from senators, from the governor's office,
in particular, obviously with the elected officials, we want to be able to say that things that come towards the Ethics Commission will be held in a fair and accountable way. I think when we look at just the announcement of the selection of the executive director, I was really glad to see that it was the Ethics Commission itself that had made that response to say, hey, here's our selection. We've identified Jesse Kang as the new director. I mean, that in itself is a testament that there's an onus for us to want to be responsible within our own right, that autonomy, without having, say, the governor's office to say, we're appointing this person, despite, that having to be the practice.
Good points. So you have any personal goals here for this a new professional role that you have, Jesse?
Yeah, absolutely. I articulated that in the interview. I, laid the year ahead and sort of the different quarters, the 3 months that we would expect certain activities would get done. The real excitement lies with that working connection with the commission itself and trying to set up what we hope to accomplish on day 1 to day 365 and beyond. And then also working with the community. I'd love to see the community feeling at ease or even confident that they can go to us with something like a concern about a government employee or even an elected official. I have to say, Chris, you and Bree, you've done a great job in fostering that sense of community, in talking about these things openly. And we're hoping to capitalize that so that our community can then take those concerns and then come forward towards our commission so that we can address it.
All right. So you did say one of the big things you want to take care of is the entertaining these complaints. When we talked to Shannon Murphy, she said mid-year could maybe be the soonest that the public could submit complaints, and you guys fully stood up and able to investigate and look into that. Is that accurate, Jesse? Is that something that you maybe want to speed up, or?
It's a goal, and I imagine that Chairwoman Murphy's probably listening right now. And if this was Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, I'd probably phone a friend and ask her to dial in to make sure I don't say anything wrong. But no, we talked about it, and that is the goal. And I know once I am there on day 1, I'm going to hit the ground running. We want to make sure that we have everything in place before, though, we can start to accept complaints. I mean, for us, our biggest concern is when complaints start to come in, that our process is fully vetted so that we understand those complaints are going to be accountable from the time they enter our office and transparent all the way until they leave with a decision by the commission. If we don't have that in place, it will present a great challenge, not just to us, but the community. I mean, the frustration will be even greater if we fail even in that first step. So we're going to put a lot of emphasis. There's a great importance for the commission and myself to have those steps ready to talk about our standard operating procedures and to have that done for our community.
Jesse, last question. We weren't sure about the office location. Have you guys been able to nail down a home, or we're going to set up shop in the parking lot somewhere?
If we must, we're going to set up shop in some parking lot, possibly one of those areas identified by GPD for safe exchange. We'll take advantage of their initiative, right?
Hey.
But no, there is an initiative to have a physical space so that persons can have identified location that they can visit and talk to someone face to face. It's going to take some time for us to get around the procurement system and to identify that, but know that, you know, we look to you as a great partner, and once we have that established, then we'll be calling to say, hey, great news, the commission has now identified its location. You can visit us to hear your complaints or to talk about, you know, ways that, you know, we can address or support you. And we also want to tell the community, other than, you know, having complaints, if you also have suggestions or recommendations for what you believe this should look like, or ways that we can be a little bit more transparent or accountable, I mean, that's an open call. We should be the gold standard for the government of Guam, and in order to do that, we should be open and allow for our community to visit us freely.
Thank you, Jesse, and congratulations. Yeah, we want to help, so let us know anyway if you need to get the word out about anything. Don't hesitate to call.
Of course, and thank you, Chris. I know earlier you said you didn't have my picture, and so you're gonna see me today. Thankful you waited and didn't use like B-roll from that time we did that program, The Apprentice 2. Oh boy. And it's often mistaken. I was joking with my brother. I said, a lot of people come up to me and goes, I remember you. You were on the Guamazing Race. And I laugh a bit because I'm like, close. But I think if we were on the Guamazing Race, we'd probably be out on leg 1 for sure. So The Apprentice was a fun opportunity. And you guys got to bring that back, man, with KWM.
Good call. We'll sign you up.
I'm good. I'll be busy.
Right.
I'll be plenty busy.
Plenty
Thank
busy.
you, Chris.
Okay, Jesse. Take it easy, my friend.
You too. Take care.
There you go. Hey, that's the new executive director. Well, he's got to get approved by the legislature and all that stuff. Jesse John Kenga, the Ethics Commission executive director. At 7:03. Yeah, and you know what I was alluding to earlier is involves Senator Talina Nelson, and it's something I'd put out on my social media, but I guess her mom's sister is married to the port GM, Roy Respicio, and then her dad's brother's like a high-level manager at the port. And, you know, I kind of raised the point that, does that mean that she's conflicted to carry out her duties as an oversight chair? And I mean, I'm just posing the question, guys. I have a lot of respect for Senator Talina Nelson. But I do think that in my personal situation, if my mom's sister is married to someone, you're not really going to see me kind of telling my mom's sister's husband what to do and all that. And again, I'm not saying that she can't be an effective oversight chair. I'm just saying that given everything that happened in the last term with these senators and just the cavalcade, the cornucopia, if you will, of conflicts of interest, I just think that we need to set the bar higher. We just need to set the bar higher because we saw so many things from Senator Amanda Shelton and doing sweetheart deals for her brother in the University of Guam. I just think, is it a crime to ask for better? Instead of hearing these excuses that, oh, it's allowed by the law. Well, who do you think writes the laws? The politicians write the laws. So, I mean, it's the same thing with this hiring people into the government of Guam who've been convicted of official misconduct. When you are convicted of official misconduct as a government employee, that basically means, baseline, you can't be trusted. It is what it is. I mean, there's a private sector. We're not trying to throw anyone away. I'm just trying to say that we need to have a standard because we don't have these standards, and look what it's getting us. And so, yeah, I asked Senator Nelson's office for a statement on this, but I'm feeling like if it's allowed by the law, then they're just going to say it's allowed by the law. But obviously, I mean, come on, really? I believe it's an obvious conflict. And I'm just kind of disappointed in Senator Nelson because she had a hearing at the port with the port, and I feel like she should have disclosed her relationships with these individuals, and that way the public can decide if we're confident in the senator's ability to remain an impartial and independent oversight of the Port Authority of Guam. I mean, it's kind of, again, basic, you know, like I said, we've seen just a lot of conflicts of interest, and we've also seen how the relationship of a brother-in-law has just caused so much emotional response. And that's why these laws about nepotism and ethics are supposed to be in place so that we avoid situations like this, because we all know how it is with family. You know, family, it's like you want to defend them and you're going to defend them at all costs. But once you enter the realm of public service and you're, you know, somebody who's paid with the public dime, then we're kind of responsible for looking out for that. You're kind of in a position where you are going to be held accountable. And we are totally within our rights to do that as the public. Not even me as the media, but the average Joe Cruz out there, the average Josefa Cruz, has the right to complain about people getting hired, about salaries of the government. And I think that's the one thing that this administration and even some of these senators cannot grasp. It's a basic tenet of democracy. And I just think that, I mean, yeah, it's unfortunate, but it is what it is. And when you put yourself in a situation where people are going to question things, then at the end of the day, if you're being paid with public funds, that's just something you have to deal with. It's 7:08. We'll take a short break, and we're back with more of The Link, which is brought to you by IT&E, Carrier, and Calvo Enterprises. Next. Again, it's 7:08. Good morning.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by the Bank of Guam and KFC.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
We're doing a good job, Guam. In the past couple of weeks, we've managed to keep the CAR score below 5. Together, we rose to the challenge when the governor asked us all to strive for 5.
In the past couple of weeks, we've not only brought the CAR score way down from being in the high 40s to below 5, we've shown the governor that we're capable of altering the course of this pandemic. We were on a path to uncertainty, but now because of all of our actions, we're doing better.
But better doesn't necessarily mean that we are out of the woods. We still need to watch our distance, wash our hands, and wear our masks. So please keep striving, Guam.
We got this.
Hafaday and Mabuhay, I'm Ann Pobutsky. I'm the territorial epidemiologist for Guam. Wearing a face covering protects you and those around you. We know that COVID-19 can be spread by people who are not showing symptoms, which means they are asymptomatic. Because Guam remains at risk for significant community spread or transmission of the virus, it is a necessary precaution to wear a face covering when you are in public. Everyone must wear a face covering when they leave home, have it visible at all times, and put it on when they see others nearby. Face coverings are required for everyone when shopping at stores, seeking healthcare, and inside the workplace. Covering your face reduces the chance that you will unknowingly infect someone else if you are carrying COVID-19 but have no symptoms. Prevention saves lives. For more information, please call 311 or visit our website at dphss.guam.gov.
You're watching The Link with Chris and Sabrina on TV 11, but don't leave yet because we're coming up next on CBS This Morning.
We got your 6.
At 6 a.m. with The Link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6.
Good morning. My name is Chris. You know, and in talking about this, the deal with Senator Nelson having oversight of the port, it's a question I had posed to the public auditor, BJ Cruz, and about whether or not he thought it was a conflict of interest. And his response to me was the hearing that Senator Nelson had with the port the other day should have started with a full disclosure statement. Much like the statement, and this is a quote from BJ, I included in the highlights of the financial audit of the DCA NAF this afternoon. So yeah, I mean, it's just kind of basic, right? I mean, I know we're all related, and maybe the response would be to play it off like, oh, we're all related, but I mean, there's a lot of agencies in the government of Guam where I'm sure that she doesn't have that double relation. And again, like I said, you just got to be confident in our elected leaders that we put them in a position where they can do the best job they can do. And who knows? I mean, like I said, I got a lot of respect for her. Maybe she'll just double down and be a harder oversight chair. Well, good. 7:13, it's Thursday, the 28th day of January. We'll switch gears a little bit here and go in the KUAM News Zoom room where we have Captains Eric and Carrie Rudd of the Salvation Army. Like we said earlier, we started the show, PCOR 2. We are posturing towards normalcy. And I know people are going back to work, but I had seen on you guys' Instagram, they have an Instagram, by the way, Salvation Army. It's at Salvation Army GU, I believe, that you guys are out there, you know, working hard, getting aid out to people who need it. So, Captains, we'll just kind of start there. If you could talk a little bit about some of the outreach and relief that you guys have been providing to the community.
Sure. First of all, I'm not related to anyone on island except this lady right here. So,
full disclosure. Okay.
Full disclosure. I just don't want to be in Chris's bullseye there. We've seen a huge number of people coming in for help. I guess one of the utilities went back to all the people that were in arrears and gave them our phone number. So with our EFSP money, we have maxed out. Given $10,000 for utility helps so far. Also with our, Emergency Service Solutions Grant for rapid rehousing and homeless prevention, we've helped to the tune of $50,000 with rent and mortgage assistance. We are applying for phase 38, and so hopefully before summer, we'll get more monies that we can put back out into the community, but the numbers just have been skyrocketing.
Over the last 2 weeks, it just exploded. Our offices people just started coming. And so it was a bit overwhelming, but we tried to help as many people as we can, and hopefully we can help more people in the future.
Can you kind of give us the status of your operations? Because I know during the lockdowns it was by appointment only, via the telephone. Has any of that changed?
You know what? Our food appointment line is still appointments at this point. Let me give you the phone number. It's 477-9855. And if people need assistance with supplemental food, they can call up Maricel there, and she will give them an appointment. Hopefully we'll get all the way out of this, but right now they're still being a little bit safe on this end. Our church is open, so we're over there in Mangalao. We're open, and the LRC is I think taking new people, isn't it? The Lighthouse Recovery has now opened, so if people are having addiction issues, they can come in there. In our thrift store, for your son with his record collection, growing record collection, is open again. So we're slowly getting back into the groove. It's very nice. We hadn't been able to meet as a congregation at church since August 9th. So we had our first Sunday this last week, and it was good to see people.
Wow, so definitely sounds like you guys are back to work again. Could we talk a little bit more about this utilities assistance relief that you guys have provided? Where did the money come from, and do you know how many people you're able to assist?
You know what? I think the funder is Gura, ultimately. I think that seems where most of our money's come from. I don't have a number right now. I'm working on getting the details of how many folks we've helped. I just knew the number of 10,000 for utility help and 50 for the rent and mortgage assistance. So as I do understand it, WestCare may be able to help. They have similar funding, but I can't speak to them because I don't work for them. But understanding that if there's still need, because I know there's lots of people that need help.
Right.
It's
Yeah, I actually reached out to WestCare yesterday, Cap, and they do have the utilities assistance relief. However, they weren't able to come on the show this morning, so I can follow up and maybe get them on tomorrow. Cap had a message here. Are you guys taking clothes donations at the thrift store now?
We are on Tuesdays and Thursdays from 10 a.m. to 12 p.m. And the reason that it's sort of the shortened amount of time is simply because we need to let it wait or sit for a certain time period before we can actually upcycle it and put it back into use.
Right.
So you want to spread COVID, that would not be a good thing. You pick up a little extra something at the thrift store would not be a good thing.
Is that just for clothes donations? Are you open for other donations on those days as well?
They're taking other donations at this point because until I get a larger building, I can't accommodate furniture, but houseware items and all of those kinds of things.
Everything but furniture. However, if you do have furniture, you can give the thrift store a call and we may be able to find a home for it. So there's always options. We're willing to work with people.
What about food bank? I know you guys had made the call out last year to kind of boost the food bank supply for Thanksgiving and the holidays. Are we in need of more food donations?
I think right now, I mean, we were so blessed at Christmas time. People showed up and companies came and supported that so much that I think our food bank is stocked right now. We do have a lot of folks coming through, but we've been blessed. And at this point, I think it would be premature to ask for more.
Okay. Good. So that's pretty much everything we need to know from the Salvation Army, right?
Absolutely.
Okay. Well, thanks.
Other than the fact that we're here for you guys and we love Guam, we want to help people. So as we're able, just reach out and we will do whatever we can for folks.
Let's just real quick go back to the LRC, Lighthouse Recovery Center, open and accepting clients. If you could just walk us through the protocol. Let's say I have a family member struggling with addiction. How do I get them help with LRC?
Let's see here.
Eric's getting the number for you so that we can list it. There is a process. Go ahead and give them a call, ask them, let them know what the situation is, and they'll bring you through the process. There's, I believe, an interview, and there's certain criteria that you need to meet. I don't know exactly what it is, but I know that Val Reyes will know.
Yeah,
you have the number?
I'm trying to get her number right now. I'm sorry.
Okay. So if you call LRC, you can call 477-9855 and get transferred to the LRC as well.
Okay.
The phone number is 477-7671 is the direct line to the LRC. And you would ask for either Valerie Reyes or you could ask for
maybe Lou Hungy.
Okay. Yeah. Well,
they'd be able to walk you through.
Let me reach out to them, and then maybe we'll get them on separately. I think the people need to know about
absolutely.
that.
Yeah, Val's she's a spitfire, so
Yeah.
she'd have fun.
Yeah, great lady. Do you have an update on the Women's Treatment Center?
Oh yes. Now that is it H2 workers, as we're able to start. we just need our contractor to be able to get some workers in. And I still have our, the rebar in the ground. I trip over it all the time. We want to get that thing going. That's one of my goals this next year is to make sure we get that program up and running. I think Val's really excited about it too. There's a need here that it's just, it kind of sits in between and there's no one to take care of our ladies. So we are still moving forward with that.
Captain, I remember when we had interviewed you when you first got to the island, you talked about a lot of the recovery work that you were involved with in Washington State, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So, and I know they are having their fair share of meth problems. So just getting to Guam, boots on the ground, seeing the lay of the land, how bad is it and what can we do to get better as a community?
You know what? I think people are hurting all over the place and self-medicating and trying different things to make it happen. It doesn't seem as desperate here to me as it did up in the Northwest or even in Santa Monica. I know that there are a lot of people in need, but there is good resource here. The gentleman over at the house, a lot of it is they're just trying to make their way through life. And they haven't always had the best opportunity. And so when we self-medicate, we try to figure it out on our own. Sometimes we get stuck in that cycle of using. And
the staff really loves the men, both outpatient and inpatient. Eric and I go over and we do worship service and we also do Bible study. So we're invested there as well. And we teach the men that it's not just about their recovery. It's really about that's a portion of their recovery as a total. It's really about them as a whole person. So it's more of a holistic approach.
Yeah, the sobriety is one facet of being a whole person, right? That isn't the ultimate goal. That's just part of what's going to get us to a restored kind of life.
Right, Jason. Ladies and gentlemen, Jason Solis.
Yeah, Captain, it's so good to have you on again. I know we haven't caught up with the both of you since the holiday season because obviously, that is the busiest time and, the good work that you do in the community. But speaking of catching up, Captain Eric, I just want to say your beard now, as we are getting towards February, is back to have you regressed to the mean, as it were? Because I know you had it going for a while.
Yeah, you know what? It went almost for a year, and I don't know if it was about a week or so ago, we had a couple of really hot days and it was so humid and it felt like I was being all like wearing a scarf and I was like, I got to get rid of this thing. It loses its, it does. It loses its novelty after a little while with the heat and humidity here.
Yeah, I was gonna say like a big, thick, long beard works in the Pacific Northwest, but out here with the island humidity, maybe not so much. But
yeah, no, it hides my face, but other than that, no.
All right, captains. Thanks for checking in. Keep us posted. Anything you want to get the word out about, like if you do another round of the utilities assistance, please don't hesitate to reach out.
You know what? We'll let you know ahead of time so people won't be on this end of it. So
right.
Sorry about that. We'll get you next time.
Okay.
Right?
Thank you, Captains Eric and Carrie Rudd of the Salvation Army. There you go.
Have a great day.
7:25. We'll take a really quick break and come back with more of The Link. Good morning.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by the Bank of Guam and KFC.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
We're doing a good job, Guam. In the past couple of weeks, we've managed to keep the CAR score below 5. Together, we rose to the challenge when the governor asked us all to strive for 5.
In the past couple of weeks, we've not only brought the CAR score way down from being in the high 40s to below 5, we've shown the governor that we're capable of altering the course of this pandemic. We were on a path to uncertainty, but now because of all of our actions, we're doing better.
But better doesn't necessarily mean that we are out of the woods. We still need to watch our distance, wash our hands, and wear our mask. So please keep striving, Guam.
We got this.
You're watching The Link with Chris and Sabrina on TV 11. Stick around because we're next on CBS This Morning.
We got your 6.
At 6 a.m. with The Link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6.
Souls of the innocent, blood-drenched pavement keep on moving though the waters stay raging. In this maze you can lose your way. It might drive you crazy, but don't let it phase you. No way. Sometimes in my tears I drown, but I never let it get me down. So when negativity surrounds, I know someday it'll all turn around, because all my life I've been waiting for, I've been praying for the people to say that we don't want to fight no more. There'll be no more wars and our children will play one day, one day, one day. One day this all will change, treat people the same. Stop with the violence, down with the hate. One day we'll all be free and proud to be under the same sun, singing songs of freedom like whoa, 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 whoa. All my life I've been waiting for, I've been praying for the people to say that we don't want to fight no more. There'll be no more wars and our children will play one day, one day, one day, one day, one day, one day. All my life I've been waiting for, I've been praying for the people.
Hey, happy anniversary. The 60th wedding anniversary. Francisco Mata and Margaret Esteves Cruz from Malessa. Good morning. Jake.
That's a special anniversary shout out from all of their kids.
Right.
Who are unbelievably
The whole village. Let's throw in Pneumatic too. Happy anniversary.
So we hope down south you guys are feeling great vibes this morning.
Jay, if you look at our comments, it looks like you had the big money question here about Captain Eric's beard. I guess people were noticing that. I didn't notice. Yeah.
But you know that I didn't notice it at first, to be honest with you, because he's got a white beard set against a white shirt. But I mean, that is a wonderful thing to be said about Captain Eric and Captain Carey's impact on the community and how they've been able to get around and be known and everything. Is people would actually pick up on the fact that he's got a shorter beard right now, because hey, we see them out doing work, we see them on the link, we see them doing stuff, and they really literally their life's mission is to help people when they are in need. But I mean, it had to be done, and I put in the comments, Captain Eric's got a nice cut. Have you ever grown out a beard?
Yeah, it gets crazy. It's okay for a little bit, and then after a while, it's like.
Yeah, last year when the pandemic first started,
And the tongue.
I had one going for a while. Like when we did the download-a-thon.
Yeah, it looked cool, man.
Well, that's when everybody saw it, because I had it for about 2 months, and I had to take off the mask to MC that Facebook Live thing. But yeah, that was that
You
can
didn't
be.
make it, guys. Last year, Jason was talking like, "I'm going to grow out my hair. I'm going to do this. I'm going to ZZ Top." You were like a couple of months away from the ZZ Top beard.
Oh, geez. Yeah, way more salt and pepper at that point.
Okay, so yeah, we're getting Christina Boleto of the Chamber to kind of come on and unpack the governor's comments, speech. Really, it was a speech yesterday with the Guam Chamber of Commerce, and I know she's going to bring a few different folks with her to include GITA Administrator Mel Mendiola and also Siska Hutapea. Yep. And we'll get Christine Boleto, who was just recently reelected to serve as another term as the chamber president, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they just recently had their elections, and Ed Antalan, I believe, is also is also serving, and he's also one of the leaders of the Guam Bankers Association. So he's doing a lot of work.
Yeah, and so this speech that the governor had given before the Chamber of Commerce was really kind of centered on the economic diversification. As you guys might recall, last year, I don't want to say it was last year, the Chamber did a white paper on, that's what they call it, it's called a white paper. And they were basically like, these are different industries that Guam can get into to kind of diversify our economy. Because, you know, the old tourism, military, that's all we got. And so obviously, this has been something that people have been talking about doing for decades with aquaculture, with just a few bunch of things like I always hear about captive insurance. And was that yesterday we were talking about the cables, right? Who was that, Bree?
Talking about the cable?
Cables coming into Guam with the telecommunications.
Was it Lester? Was it Lester?
Yeah.
Well, and you know, that's an idea that's been floated around since Governor Gutierrez's days, because, you know, the telecom consultant Bob Kelly, who we all know, is, you know, he's been saying that, you know, Guam could potentially be a telecommunications hub for this part of the world because, you know, we connect Guam with Asia and then with, or the mainland with Asia out here. Remember BJ Cruz, we've referenced him too, as he was saying several years ago that he really wanted to ramp up sports tourism as an industry here, and he was pushing that for a while.
Captive insurance is something that I think former Governor Gutierrez also had mentioned.
Yeah, it's one of these things that they always bring up and even aquaculture. I mean, most of these things that were on the white paper, they're kind of ideas that you hear about, right? And then there's that, what's a tax shelter? There's all kinds of different ways where the Guam can be used as a pass-through, what they say, right? I don't even understand it.
Telecommunications hub.
Right, yeah. But I think where we got to be careful is like with AT&T and this deal at Tangisan, where they had through the Guam Ancestral Lands Commission long-term lease of the just some property over there, and they were basically bringing their cables ashore. But the thing is, they got such a deal on it, is that I think like if we're going to diversify the economy and attract investment and businesses, then we got to be careful not to just roll out the red carpet and make sure that we still see some kind of return, right? Because at the end of the day, we want to make money.
This is going to be a real good interview coming up because the three ladies that we have right now in the Zoom room, not only are they leading voices for Guam's commerce industry and everything like that, but all three of them are also very successful entrepreneurs themselves. They've started companies, you know, diverse, by the way. Of course, Christine Boleto did wonderful works with the Fruits brand.
Christine, I miss Fruits. Sorry.
I was such a happy customer of Christine for many years.
I was freaking daydreaming about that. What was the one? It was like the toucan or something. Tropical Paradise.
Tropical Toucan. That's the one with our orange sherbet.
Yes.
One of our most popular smoothies out there. I honestly have been contemplating doing like a Fruits Express because I miss it too, right? But faced with minimum wage increase and, you know, the taxes as they are and just the environment for business, honestly, guys, it's just not something that I think would be successful given those challenges. And so maybe in the future, but I miss it too, I tell you.
Yeah, well, you have 4 customers in the studio, so
and that is the pragmatism that Christine, certainly Madam President, that you bring to the table. And as I was saying, you know, with the entrepreneurship, we've also got Mel Mendiola in the Zoom room who brought the wonderful concept of the subscription farm to table, you know, with those fresh vegetables. Mel, We miss those so much. We were such happy customers. Half a day. Good to see you as always.
Not there, but they're still going.
Yeah.
They just won an award or
You can still get your eggplants, Jay.
Well, I'm just saying because I mean, you know, I'm pretty antisocial anyway, but because of the pandemic and everything like that, I never see the light of day. So the vegetables are growing more than I am these days.
The farm to table to me is like the OG, right? Because you have all the other different groups.
Copycats. Oh, you're gonna bring vegetables? Farm to table did that already.
and then of course, if you need anything appraised, business or otherwise, our dear friend Siska is here, who has many books behind her, as we can see in the Zoom room. And Siska, I think you're sorely due to write several on your vast knowledge of real estate appraisal these days and everything. So good to have you here this morning.
Morning, Jason, Chris, and Sabrina.
Good morning. You look great.
Yeah.
Thank
you
you.
like working out every day?
Yep. Yoga, elliptical.
Nice. Siska and I were alumni, I guess you could say, right?
We're buddy.
Yeah.
Wait, are you alumni of the FBI? Are you talking about the FBI Citizens Academy? Oh,
yeah.
First rule of the FBI Citizens Academy: don't talk about the FBI Citizens Academy.
More like the Phenomenal Women's Academy.
Right.
There you go.
Yeah.
It's like I could tell you what I did, but then you'd have to get a shot in your arm, and it's not the one you're going to get at Ukudu High School.
I'm kind of getting drowned out by all the estrogen.
Whoa.
Not the Fauci ouchie shot.
Right. Yeah. Okay, Jay, go ahead. So, I guess Christine, we'll just kind of start here with the governor's speech to the chamber. Was it kind of what you had expected?
Yes, pretty much. Well, actually, it was a lot more informative. I thought she brought out some really good points. And, you know, we appreciated her coming out and being very frank with our membership as to her position and reasons for the decisions she made. You know, I obviously, as she mentioned, over the last year, you know, we've not always agreed, but we've learned to kind of work together and at least understand each other's positions. She's obviously, you know, going to continue to push what her priorities are. And as a chamber, you know, we have to continue to push our priorities. But, you know, I think that she hit a number of really good points that was very informative to our membership, you know, especially relative to, you know, understanding that with the raising of the threshold for the BPT lower taxes, that it hit 85% of our small businesses, which I think is really something that's key for us to understand. So I thought it was really good. And certainly she also talked about the economic diversification working group that she established based on the work of our think tank committee in developing a white paper and highlighting initiatives that we felt you know, could be explored and brought to fruition to help diversify our economy. And as I mentioned, she also threw in a few of her own that her administration's been working on. So we have, I think, a good partnership. It's just getting off the ground. And Siska serves as the overall chair, along with Frank Capillo and Joe Cruz. And obviously with Mel and Catherine at the chamber, we've got a really good support system. So we're really excited to see where this takes us.
Were you anticipating, or were you surprised how she just shut down this whole idea about the BPT? I know that's something that you guys were.
No, I can't say that I'm surprised. I think the governor has been very consistent with her position on that, and I, you know, it's not our expectation that she will change her view on that. You know, again, you know, she listed why that was important to her relative to the bondholders or, you know, government operations and so forth. And, you know, we as a chamber have to represent the business community and champion the fact that, you know, it's not even recovery for us. It's survival. And in most cases, some of these businesses have not even opened. And so we're going to continue to push initiatives that we feel are helpful to our business community. And again, going to what she said, we're not always going to agree, but it's not going to deter us from, pursuing what we think is important to that business community, and most importantly, to getting people back to work. I highlighted that, great, PUA has been extended to March. What happens then? We've got to, support businesses so they can provide gainful employment opportunities for people when they're ready to work. Otherwise, we're just going to continue to try to find ways that the federal government can give us money and perpetuate, kind of what's been happening with just, relying on assistance. But at some point, people are going to want to return to work, and where are they going to return if we don't support our business community?
Right. And I didn't watch the entire speech that the governor gave. So what is the gist of her plan then? Because from what I understood, she was going to be presenting her economic plan, and aside from touting what she's accomplished through the pandemic and the response to the pandemic, what is the plan that she presented for these businesses to survive?
That question to Mel.
Okay.
Being part of sort of the lead agency that handles economic development, I'll pass that on to Mel.
Hi, Mel.
Yes, most definitely. Thanks so much, Christine, and good morning, guys. So as far as her laying out the plan, I think two of the things that she touched on. She definitely touched on the way forward through the Economic Diversification Working Group. And if you look at the different initiatives in them, some of them are relatively low-hanging fruit that we're ready for today. I'll give you an example. One of them is captive insurance. Captive insurance is something that the board of GIDA passed a resolution several months ago to extend some tax incentives to make us competitive alongside Hawaii and the FSM. And so we think that something like that could be a relatively short-term win. But more than that, I think, so there's in the economic diversification plan, there's both the short-term and the long-term planning and the short-term and long-term wins. But then from the perspective of today's government, I think the governor's plan has to do with improving the services of today's government. So a lot of automation and digitization. Mm-hmm. So when it comes to permitting, one thing that we've observed at GIDA, we had a small business conference about right before Thanksgiving. We had about 170 participants. And we were so pleased to see a lot of these participants are these guys doing their side hustles on Instagram, selling like foods and stuff like that. And one of the things we recognized was just what an onerous process the licensing and permitting has become. It's we were cracking up at our last economic diversification. We were like, yeah, it's like one stop 3 days, or one stop 5 times. And so that's something that's really important to her as far as working on improving. Daphne Shimizu over at Department of Revenue and Taxation, Vince Ariola over at DPW are working very, very closely on that. We recently had a meeting with GFD. One of the things I didn't know was, did you know that for fire permitting, I always thought you had to have a full-fledged firefighter come in and do it. You can actually hire a consultant consultants to get you all the way to the finish line and then just have the fire inspector sign off on it. That's something that I think if we push a lot of services out to the private sector, that's something that would help us streamline the process. And so these are the things we're trying to uncover in the government of Guam, more opportunities for the private sector, but also more opportunities to just improve services. And really GIDA just kind of taking on a real coordinator role, similar to back in my day at Farm to Table. We were, back when at Farm to Table, it was just about connecting farmers with the customers, helping communicate, helping build bridges. And so that's what GIDA's trying to do in the picture, helping to build bridges, and we're doing that alongside the Chamber of Commerce. And so we're really, really happy about that.
Siska, let's talk about your role with this economic diversification, group.
Working group, yes.
Yeah.
So yeah, the official name is kind of lengthy, Economic Diversification Initiative Working Group, and it's the governor's working group. Just a little bit of history with the leadership of Chairwoman Christine Barreto back in June-July board meeting of Guam Chambers of Commerce. We approved to do this white paper on Economic Diversification Initiative. Frank Campillo and Joe Cruz from Cabres Marine spearheaded the effort. with about 10 team leaders, and they talk about 10 different industries, including the alternative dispute resolution, captive insurance, Guam trust law, construction and labor, ship repairs, safe haven port, relocation of high wealth individual. Of course, this is triggered by what's happening in Hong Kong, but we also target a high wealth individual from Korea, Taiwan, and China. And then Frank came up with a pharmaceutical manufacturing relocation to U.S. territories. And lastly, the Silicon Village initiatives. And this is headed by Nate Taimanglo. Also satellite launching. And the governor added agricultural and aquaculture as the 11th industry that we're gonna explore with this. Having said that, we're not like limiting to this 11 industry. We had a meeting with the legislature, Vice Speaker, and Senator Jim Moylan and John San Agustin. And Vice Speaker Tina Munya Barnes bring up about transshipment. There are a lot of public laws that have been issued that just need, someone or an organization to bring it, to put it forward. And so our working group, and it's not the first time that we've had this initiative to diversify Guam's economy. But what's different, what we think is different right now, is that what David John always said, Chairman David John from GIDA, he said, we're not going to working in silo. The government agencies are not going to be working in their own desk. The private sector, we're working together because, our future depends on what we do in the present. That's what Gandhi said. So, I was telling Speaker Teresa Lahi that, it would be great 20 years from now, one of my kids work in the pharmaceutical manufacturing company here and said, hey, my mom and Senator Teresa Lahi 20 years ago talk about this and blah, blah. And, they and by that, we mean by each industry has a team leaders, one team leader from the private sector. For example, Chairman Christine is the team leader for the captive insurance. And then we have a counter partner from the, government agency, which is at Camacho for now. So each industry that we're exploring, we have team leaders from the private sector and from the government agency. And we do talk to the legislature already, the team. As a matter of fact, today at 2 p.m., all the team leaders are going to meet with the co-chairs and the GIDA and Chambers parties to talk about our game plan. We really want to make this forward. Frank and Joe are really eager. Every day they would, remind our meeting and with the team leaders and whatnot. So we really, really want to move forward with this. For example, we met last week with the DPW director, Vince Areola, and Vince is like boom, boom, and so we've already arranged and identified 2 things that could help with the construction industry. Of course, I'm in the real estate industry, and I've been touting, the how our housing becomes so unaffordable right now. Median price of homes in 2020 was $333,500, 11.5% increase compared to the last year. And over the 7 years periods, the median price of housing has increased by 65%. That's an annualized rate of 7% per year. That's, crazy. Who can afford that, even though with the low interest rate? And that's because mainly there's limited supply. Over the 29 years that I've tracked building permit of new housing, there's about 300 new houses building permit every year. But last year, there's only about 143. So if there's no supply, of course, and the demand is still there, of course, what suffers is the price. And the demand, the supply is limited because the construction costs is so expensive here on Guam, no labor and whatnot. And so we talked to Vince, and Vince said, they're working really, just like what the governor mentioned, they're working really hard on the automation of the building permit process. And, our vice administrator at GIDA, Joanne Camacho, First Lady Joanne, is working on this too. And we want to really make sure that building permit can be done quickly. 3 months for a single family dwelling is too long, and that's without hiccups. And so Vince is working together with us to try to solve that problem. So that's kind of the sample of how the team is going to work. We're really going to work together, and Speaker Teresa Lahi said they're going to help whatever they can from the law side of things. So yeah.
Yeah, ladies, I have a question. Because it's been said so often during the last 10 months of our island's history and of the world's history, for that matter, that there's going to be a lot of people are saying there's a lot of opportunity, and now is the time, like Mel said, you might want to start like a side hustle company to bring in some more money, or people may have lost their jobs, their primary source of income may have been compromised. But can you speak from each of your own experience as entrepreneurs about this new era that we're in for people that may be contemplating starting a business right now and doing something that they might have passion in or that they've always wanted to try, but basically this is going to be it for them. There is the opportunity versus risk balance that we always have to manage. And I would say primarily in these days, the risk is so much greater because we really don't know what's going to happen from 1 month to the next. So from your own perspectives and everything like that, what words of wisdom can you pass along to people who might say, I'm going to try and branch out on my own, and I'm going to try and do something given the current climate?
Well, I mean, I think I can really speak to that because it's certainly a struggle that I have.
Sure.
And I've also have another family member that's kind of been consulting with me as to whether they should open a restaurant, which, as you know, suffered greatly during these last 9 months and is still trying to kind of rebuild clientele. And I think for anyone contemplating opening a business, you really have to take a look at what the environment is and try to develop a model that fits in with the current, climate of, higher cost of business on personnel, on taxes, having to contend with, possible higher rentals for actual space, if that's what they desire. And I think that's why these internet or social media or whatever we call these side hustles, as Mel referred to it, are popping up, is because that seems to be the best way to minimize your costs and try to, develop a business and be successful at it. One of the things that I've always put out there, there's a lot of people that believe that once you start a business, you're rich. Oh my goodness, you have a business, you're flowing. No, I mean, you oftentimes, depending on the size of the business that you're going to open, have to go out and take loans. People don't have thousands of dollars sitting in the bank to invest in a startup of a business. So you have loans, you put what you own as collateral. I know even when I started Fruits, I used to joke that the bank had title to my house, my children's house, my grandchildren's house, like every asset that I owned. And I even had to go to my parents and ask them to co-sign to help me build my fourth store. Mm-hmm. That is the level of investment that you put in personally. And really the biggest risk is if your business is not successful, you can lose those assets. The bank could foreclose on your house because you wanted to pursue a dream. And then business owners, even as, especially as startups, but even as the pandemic, caused the closures and caused a difficult environment for businesses, owners of businesses were going back into the business. Why? Because we work for free. From morning to night, business owners are the janitors. I remember at Fruits, having meetings early on with people in the media, and they're like, yeah, let us know who your marketing manager, or get us the contact for your marketing person. And I'm like, look, I'm the floor sweeper, the dishwasher, the marketing, the administration. You do everything, and that's what it means to own a business. So it's about that, understanding that risk and being able to build a model that mitigates that risk in these challenging times. Because as you said, Jason, we just don't know how this is going to play out. Thank goodness the vaccines are here. They're being very aggressive with vaccine administration, and we really look forward to what the governor announced as the liberation from this awful virus on our people, July 21st. But then there's threats of new strains. There's other threats, and so those all have to be taken into consideration as you look at it. And you try to factor in how am I going to start this up, and how am I going to be successful at it? And so, again, it's just caution, really weighing out what's going on. And, like my suggestion a lot of times to folks is, do those businesses that have the least fixed costs, rentals and utilities and those kinds of things. Because in any business, you have revenue against cost of goods, giving you a gross profit. And a lot of time, folks, there's not much left over.
Well, Mel, if I may, from your vantage point, are you seeing a uptake in the number of existing companies or existing entrepreneurs saying we want to do something at least in the short term, like maybe strategic alliances or partnerships or collaborations or things like that? We can join forces at least for a few months to kind of ride out the storm as a means of pooling talent, so that we don't all have to, suffer independently. We can kind of, hopefully have a better shot at success together.
I've not really heard of formal relationships. I know of friends kind of getting together and discussing different platforms and kind of supporting each other or making suggestions, helping each other to as far as especially the transition to the takeout, pickup, online ordering, those kinds of things. So I don't really see a joint partnership, but I see other business owners or managers helping other business owners and managers, because we really do try to support each other in the business community. And so I think that when someone develops a great idea or a process, they share that with their colleagues, and that's really helpful.
And that's a very important point to make, because even though people say business can be very cutthroat, and by its nature it is very, very competitive in the private sector, Inafa Malik does extend to private industry as well, and we are here to help each other out and look out for each other, even though we may be on paper rivals.
Absolutely true.
Okay.
And if I may, Jason, I think it was yesterday, the Small Business Committee of the Guam Chambers of Commerce are meeting to kind of plan what we're going to do this year. And among other things is, to put resources for businesses, new businesses, small businesses especially, on helping with the best practices. What are the best companies on Guam do to deal with this pandemic, to deal with these changes? And we would like to support the small businesses like that. But when I first started my business, what really helps me is putting together a business plan. And business plan is really good because I think like an engineer, because that's what my background is. You have income, you have expenses, of course you're going to make money. But then in between there's cash flow. And so that business plan really helps me to understand that my business will need cash flow. I do have some seed money, but I did bring my business plan to one of the lenders here on Guam and present my business plan and get a credit line. Because, I want to be concentrating in the first few months of my business. I want to be concentrating on what I do best, which is doing the valuation, doing the consulting, and not have to worry about cash flow. Because when I finish my report, I don't get paid immediately. There's, lag time between invoicing and actually receiving your cash. And so that was really helpful, and it enables me to dream big. As a matter of fact, my loan officer was the now Governor Lulian Guerrero. I was, as a woman, we requested a very, I was being so cautious and not wanting to borrow. I think my credit line was like 50 grand, and she was like, 50 grand? Why not 100 grand? Well, yeah, why not 100 grand? Think big, right? But that enables me to, to free up my resources to do what I do best. And the other advice that I would like to say to, people who's thinking of opening businesses is that, and it's kind of a cliche, but choose the field that you really love. I love what I do. I live and breathe real estate. I woke up this morning at 4 a.m. and do my report, and I'm giddy about it, So do the things that you love, so that, you don't have to work for the rest of your life, work. But yeah.
I had a question. I think we can all appreciate that the governor presented her plan on Guam's economic outlook and her vision for economic diversification. But as you said earlier, Christine, there are businesses out here that are just fighting to survive, and they're not looking at the vision for economic diversification. They're looking at, how am I going to stay open tomorrow or 2 weeks from now? And so, having said that, Melanie, can you just kind of give us information about programs that you have that you can offer assistance to these businesses that don't know what their future holds, whether it's a couple of weeks or a couple of months?
Sure.
Right.
Sure. Well, I know that all of the programs, both at the federal level and the state or the territory level, are aimed towards kind of a Band-Aid approach, right? So PPP round 1 and PPP round 2. This is basically to help with interruption that's existing today. One of the things the governor highlighted on yesterday was that we were the only territory to extend state level benefits to our small businesses, as far as not one round of grants, but 2. So we had our first round of small business pandemic grants back in May. Then we had the other round again. If you go to the banks right now, if you have the wherewithal to borrow, the rates are incredibly low. And that'll help with what, earlier Siska had talked about, the importance of cash flow. And so that's exactly what that's supposed to help with. And then GITA continues to look for ways, I've just been looking at what other states are doing, if other states are doing any other creative sorts of things. Things like I think what the issue with things like the BPT or the minimum wage or some of those, and then it's a compound effect, right? It's, oh my God, I'm already in this state of high stress, and then you're adding this and you're adding this and you're adding this, right? And a lot of times we weren't adding anything. These were things that were just coming to pass, and then COVID, we're in the middle of this crisis, right? And so now what our lawmakers are trying to address is, let's look at the BPT, let's look at our minimum wage, right? Let's look at all of these things that we had planned. How can we now then ease up and help people breathe a little? Like I said, we're looking at what our other states are doing as far as small business support. Some of them are offering through programs. Some of the work that we're trying to do right now is a lot of retraining, rehiring. So a lot of stuff through Department of Labor. So if you have if you have furloughed or laid off folks and you don't anticipate rehiring them, then we can address that part of the emergency. But for the small businesses themselves, I definitely think that small businesses who had some capital saved up and who had a cash reserve to start, and small businesses who are taking advantage of all of these programs, both state and federal, are the ones that are really going to be able to make it through to the finish line until the slow recovery starts. And then, I don't want to make promises that I can't keep, but I look at things like tax credits. I look at things like deferral, the effects of is there a special qualifying certificate we can issue to certain types of businesses that are highly affected? Just things like that are things that we research, like what would the impact really be?
I just wanted to ask before we say goodbye, Christine, I know the governor was very firm on her stance with the BPT. That being said, I know there's measures in the legislature, and it's really great to see you guys working together. I know that at times the relationship has been contentious, but do you anticipate that pursuing a reduction in the BPT may damage this relationship that we're now seeing? And given that the governor had basically said no, how good are your chances, you guys thinking this is something you're still going to seek?
Absolutely, Chris. Like I mentioned earlier, the governor has been consistent and firm since the beginning on her position with the rollback of BPT. The chamber has likewise been very consistent and firm on our position. And so, we are advocates for our businesses. We are advocates for the people employed by our businesses. And right now, that is something that consistently, if you look among the organizations, the other business organizations, and we do get together and collaborate, this is the single thing that is consistently requested from our businesses that they feel will really make a difference and help them. So we have a responsibility to continue to pursue those initiatives that our memberships and our community as a whole feel is helpful to them. I hope that doesn't damage the relationship. I think that the governor and I feel, at least with me, have developed at least the respect to understand that we're going to have opposing views. She highlighted that yesterday. We're not going to always agree, but we do need to be able to communicate, because ultimately, from both sides, we have the interests of the community as whole at heart. And so, we're going to continue to pursue. We hope that we will be able to convince some senators to support us in this measure. As you mentioned, Jim Moylan has already introduced the measure. I forget who his co-sponsors are, but I believe we have a couple of on there. And so we just need to work on the additional 13, try to convince them to support our cause.
All right. Thanks.
right.
Thanks, ladies, for coming on.
Thank you so much, Mel. Thank you, Siska.
Good luck.
See you, Christine. Okay. It's 8:08. We're KUAM FM. Agotnia, Guam on the radio side. The Breeze 93.9. To our viewers in KUAM TV land, thanks for jamming with us this morning. You can jump over at Facebook live feed or the show right here on the radio. There's always a lot coming up. Miss a link, miss a lot. My name's Chris.
I'm Sabrina.
Está. Adios.
Bye.
All right. Oh, there you go.
I just wanted to mention, since we did talk with Siska and Melanie, as well as Christine, that you could actually watch the governor's address to the Chamber of Commerce on our Facebook page.
Mm-hmm. It's also on our YouTube channel. And I just want to say, as a business major, I hope there were a lot of UOG, GCC, business interested kids watching that interview, because there were a lot of lessons that those ladies, who are incredibly experienced in a bunch of different industries, you're going to be able to actually take. They gave some really, really good advice. Mm-hmm. Yeah, so kids, if you're watching, I hope you're taking notes, because that's going to make a really, really good paper, FYI. And you'll be able to watch this interview too on our YouTube channel if you check it out. If you want to include, you don't have to ask us, just embed the video in your project and everything. Put it in your PowerPoint. We're totally cool. Our pleasure to help out.
All right, 8:09. Guys, we'll take a short break. We're back with more of the show next, right here on The Link. Good morning.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable, as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city, featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by the Bank of Guam and KFC.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
We're doing a good job, Guam. In the past couple of weeks, we've managed to keep the CAR score below 5. Together, we rose to the challenge when the governor asked us all to strive for 5.
In the past couple of weeks, we've not only brought the CAR score way down from being in the high 40s to below 5, we've shown the governor that we're capable of altering the course of this pandemic. We were on a path to uncertainty, but now because of all of our actions, we're doing better.
But better doesn't necessarily mean that we are out of the woods. We still need to watch our distance, wash our hands, and wear our mask. So please keep striving, Guam.
We got this.
It takes all of us to protect Guam. Join the Guam Visitors Bureau in our social media campaign series aimed to protect our island and each other in this COVID-19 era. Participate in the Protect Guam movement by wearing your mask, showcasing Guam's heroes, staying active, and downloading the Guam COVID Alert app. Post and share your content with us, use the hashtag ProtectGuam, and you could win $100. It's that simple. Check out visitguam.com for details. Let's reclaim our lives, our economy, and our tourism industry.
Our frontliners have been working tirelessly to keep us safe, and now they need your help to get our island back up and running as safely as possible. Did you know your smartphone can be one of the most powerful tools in our fight against COVID-19? That's why we're bringing you the Guam COVID Alert Exposure Notification app. This app works by letting you know if you've been exposed to someone who's positive. It's completely voluntary, and more importantly, it's completely anonymous. It does not track who you are or your location. Researchers at Oxford University have found that for every 100 to 200 downloads of the app, it can prevent 100 infections and save one life. Add your phone to the COVID fight by going to guamcovidalert.guam.gov or download it from the App Store or Google Play now. Help Guam stop COVID-19.
We got your 6
at 6 a.m. with the link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6.
Kicking back, sipping on a cold one. Now what you think about that? That's life. Here on this island paradise. Yo, I'm going back soon, but I might think twice, cause that city life is way too fast. Yo, I'd rather stay in Guam because this life is bad. Sand beaches, surrounded by my nature. No need to worry about these player haters and my culture. I got love for my people, still rapping Guam, staying true to my chat loose. Let me take you to an island where the sun
by the bay, Y to the O, and to the is A. Me Scoop Dog on the mic
nothing at all. While my primos and my homies playing basketball. The day is going smooth the way I thought it would be. Me and my family by the coconut tree, relaxed, waiting for the food to be done. My nephew's calling me to play one-on-one. I said, wait, boy, I have to make the tack. And once I get finished, I cook the tack so we can chow down like we never did. Call everybody, especially the kids. We're just kicking back in the village. All the kids are playing around with the family. We're just kicking back on the island. Memories we're talking about with just you and me.
Oh, yeah. We're here in the beautiful island of Guam, sitting down in the wonderful village of Humane. It's a beautiful day today. Sun shining bright, shimmering along the bay. Family, children laughing around. That's how we do it down here on my island.
Let me take you to an island where the sun never
Good
stops
stuff, Island Tribe.
shining. Let me take you to
8:17.
an island where the sun.
Good morning. It's The Link, Cabo Enterprises, IT&E, and Carrier. Proud to sponsor the multimedia broadcast extravaganza. We're going to the CNMI in a little bit with Kevin Bautista of the CNMI Governor's Office. Also, we'll get Superintendent John Fernandez, kind of catch up with GDOE as I know yesterday was face-to-face instruction. And we'll find out what's going on with the department. I'm pretty sure we might touch on the finances, the budget. That was kind of a big conversation we've been having this week, Jason.
Oh, yeah. Well, I just wanted to say, speaking of education, I have an update. Our Adriana Cotero had a lovely FaceTime conversation yesterday with a forever KUM family member of ours, Tomas Manglona, who, of course, is at graduate school in Stanford University. None of us, that surprises us because he's a brilliant young kid, but he actually sent me some links of some of the things he's working on in his innovation in journalism class. He's doing like virtual reality storytelling. He's doing 360-degree video. Really, really impressive stuff and everything. So the links are amazing.
360-degree video.
Yeah.
People are still doing that now?
Yeah. You might remember, we've got an entire playlist of the 360-degree videos we did. Coolest 360 video we ever made. And I'm gonna pat myself on the back for this one because again, back when the world was normal, this was 5 years ago, and during the holiday season when when the Canata family and the Munoz, they put together that wonderful holiday display down at the Yanni Shopping Center. I went down there because you sent me down on a Sunday afternoon, and it was like, hey Jace, just go cover it, right? So I had our 360 camera, and I was like, and the two families were still setting everything up, and they were like, yeah, come inside, you can get some shots. And I took a look at John Canata, now, the airport administrator, former senator. And I was like, hey, JQ, I got this crazy 360 camera. Do you think I could mount this on the back of one of the Christmas trains and have it actually go around and people can look and if you watch it, it is wild. And it just, you feel like you're on some theme park ride and everything, but it's really, really cool.
I always get dizzy when I look at these 360 videos.
I think it's cool.
Yeah, no, it's cool. Cool stuff.
there
is a specific type of motion sickness that comes with virtual reality.
Mhm.
Yeah, I've felt that it's not fun, but you get used to it.
Didn't Brittany do one underwater? Was it 360 underwater?
Yeah, when Brittany Calvo was working here, she went to that's another thing we used to go. Well, Chris, a favorite spot of yours over at Fisheye.
Yep.
She went to that because there's a big channel right there, right? When you walk out to the observation deck, and then you can go down if you there's a lot of fish and everything. So Brittany actually had the 360 camera, took it underwater, and there's so much marine life down there.
Yeah, good stuff.
Yeah, and before we get to our next guest, just a couple of reminders about the vaccination clinics, because there's just a full day in Arahan Southern Region Community Health Center. They're having their vaccination clinic today through Saturday, 8:30 a.m. This is for phase 1B and 1C. 250 tickets are being issued daily, and that's on a first-come, first-served basis. There's also phase 1C at the UOG Fieldhouse from 2 to 8 p.m. That's today and tomorrow. And, of course, this is part of the Guam National Guard's Operation Liberate Guam, and that's to achieve herd immunity by Liberation Day. There's 85 slots available every hour daily. And even if you're first or second dose, you can go there to get it. Just bring your immunization card and register on Eventbrite. And again, this is not for everybody. It's not for the general public.
Yeah. What
It
happened?
is just for phase 1C. Also, there's another vaccination clinic at Teason High. That's from 6 to 8 p.m., but this one is only for school-based employees. It's for specific schools, public, private, and I believe child care, daycare centers. I think we have that on our website, and that's scheduled through appointments. Public Health is also doing drive-through COVID-19 testing today and tomorrow from 9 a.m. to 12 noon at the old Carnival Grounds in Teason. That is, again, first come, first served basis. They'll have 300 COVID-19 tests. Keep in mind, this is only for testing. It is not for vaccination. So don't go there thinking that you're going to get a shot because you're not.
No, I mean, that's what was confusing me, Bree, was because there was something that was going around yesterday on WhatsApp, and it basically said that the National Guard is doing vaccinations for the public. Now, this thing showed up in, like, all my chats.
Right. Yeah, I asked Crystal about that, and she mentioned that Public Health reached out to that specific media to make that correction. But it was also interesting because the video that Adelup had produced, the very first line was...
I'm looking at that right now.
Right? The very first line of that video was...
it says in their own video that they're doing a vaccine event for the general public.
Right. You know, and I actually sent that also to Crystal for clarification because that could also be a cause for confusion.
Right.
But that was intended to mean non-military. But, you know, it is what
it is. What it is.
So, yeah, you have to meet the eligibility criteria groups in order to get vaccinated at any of the clinics. And so, what is it, 60 years and older? I think child care, daycare, they employees, they added that on.
I also got a
comorbidity, if you have a comorbidity.
Let me just get this from Dr. Hoa. Where you at? Right here. Okay. It's an update of last night's immunization efforts with GDOE. The clinic for GDOE went as planned. We vaccinated, this is from Dr. Hoa Wen, by the way. We vaccinated 330 people last night in 2 hours. Average time of arrival to leaving is 25 minutes in and out, because that includes a 15-minute observation period that they do after you get the vaccine. We increased the number to 400 tonight, as we still have paced through 40 people every 10 minutes last night. Thank you to all the GDOE nurses and other GDOE staff for all they did. Please pass the word from me. You got it, Doc.
A lot of you have been asking about the second round of stimulus checks. More than 10,000 checks totaling about 13.3 million have been sent out, processed and mailed out by the Department of Revenue and Taxation. And again, this is the second round of EIP payments from the COVID-related Tax Relief Act of 2020. DRT is continuing to process the EIPT, I don't know why I keep saying that, EIP2 program payments through March 19th, which I believe Daphne said that's the deadline that they have to get all of these payments out to those who are eligible. And so according to eligibility requirements, it's based on validly filed and processed 2019 Guam individual tax returns.
Right, or if you filed the non-filer form for the first EIP, but you had to have filed that form by November of last year.
Yeah, November 21st.
Right. Yeah, so.
And this is like the $600.
It's $600
individual, $1,200 for
but if
joint.
if you're a low-key COVID-19 tax evader like Joe Sir and I, then you're not going to get the $600 stimulus payment. You're going to get what's called a a recovery credit or something. I don't know. Just as a heads up, so you guys know. Let's head into the Zoom room where we have a Superintendent of Education, John Fernandez, standing by. Good morning, John. Thanks for joining us.
Hafa Day, Chris and Sabrina and Jason. Good morning. I'm sorry about yesterday. I was on a call from 5 in the morning until just whenever. It was in a daze. I was actually fulfilling my responsibilities with the Western Association of Schools and Colleges accreditation organization, and so we just in order to make the time frames work, I had to be on at 5 in the morning. I think the rest of them are in Hawaii and California, so they weren't as groggy as I was, but it was a good meeting because we're on track to accredit all GDOE schools by the end of this school year. Our target was last year, but due to COVID-19, we had to postpone the last couple of schools, Harry S. Truman and Chief Brody, who were seeking their initial accreditation. But that'll get done this year. I think a lot of it's being done virtually, but again, the work goes on and we have to adjust. So thank you for giving me an opportunity today.
Of course, John. I don't know if you were able to catch any of the discussion yesterday with Senator Joe St. Augustine. One of the things that he said that kind of pricked up my ears was in talking about GDOE. He was saying basically that, they're getting all this, federal money. They're going to get $110 million. And so he kind of alluded that they're going to look at the federal funds you guys are getting and then minus that from whatever budget local funds you might be getting. Is that a concern for you guys? And with these federal funds, do they actually replace local funds, or do they have are they earmarked for specific uses?
Well, I heard in the aftermath of the interview, several people called me, including some fellow senators, about is this true? Because the appropriations chair said there's federal money that they can just use to offset what would normally be in your local budget. So I placed a call to Senator St. Augustine, and we'll try again. I wasn't able to connect with him yesterday, but I think he's well aware because we've explained it to him as well as to our Education Committee Chair, Senator Nelson, that the federal funds come with a condition that the government has to provide what they call a maintenance of effort, and that maintenance of effort is based on the last 3 years of government support for elementary, secondary, and even post-secondary education. And so we have to report on that to USDOE. We have to sign an assurance that is going to be the commitment. And then we have to provide information as to what the last 3 years of support has been for, again, elementary, secondary, and post-secondary. So that includes UOG and GCC as well. It also includes the charter schools, and provide that information to USDOE, which we have. I think the legislature, in our last discussions over the prior budget or the prior discussion of these federal funds, had asked whether we could apply for a waiver, and that is the case. We can apply for a waiver, but that won't take place until September of this year, when that process will begin, and we'll be able to file for a waiver. So again, from my standpoint, that maintenance of effort is an assurance that we provided to USED, and we ought to be trying to meet that assurance and work in good faith to ensure there is continued support on the local side for education, because these funds that are coming in are meant to be a part of the COVID-19 response, which is what we've been trying to do to protect our students, go to distance learning. And then these next funds are really going to be focused on reopening schools. What is it going to take to maintain and sustain a safe school environment so that more kids can come back for face-to-face instruction? So that's how we're going to target it. I do think that we did communicate through our chairman, Mr. Mark Mendiola, to the senator that if there are things that we requested in our local budget that we are able to fund with our federal funds. So for instance, not knowing that federal funds were confirmed, when we put the budget together, we included, money for COVID-19 supplies, like continued supply of face masks and all the other things that we're currently using federal funds for. But now that the federal funds are here, if we're able to just, get confirmation that those items will be covered, for sure we will, reduce our request to the legislature and let them know that. I think in addition, we're looking at some other investments in our school facilities that could be more medium and long-term investments to keep our campuses safe. So we're looking at the air conditioning replacements with HEPA filters, making sure that we look at possible renovations to restrooms to enable better and easier sanitation and sanitization. Looking at even things like canopy repairs and other repairs to parts of the facilities because of the need for to maintain physical distancing and what that might mean for how kids are going to be situated around the campus. So those are all able to be factored in. Unfortunately, I would probably caution that these items that are in our budget request are in our request and are typically things that are not funded in our local budget, so they aren't necessarily going to be easily replaced. In our budget that we will be submitting this weekend, the board approved a $373 million request. 343 million of that is for operations, so that would, I guess, be our normal operating budget costs. But the 30 million on top of that is really for things that usually require longer term funding. So these are the capital projects that that we haven't been able to fund because we haven't been able to issue bonds to borrow money for the schools to invest in these longer term projects. So those are where you get those restroom repairs and canopy repairs that are typically issues at our old facilities. So we'll have that discussion with him and inform them, keep them informed about the use of the funds, and of course the rules and regulations that apply to the funds that are coming our way. We do hope that that there will be additional support for state and local government, which will be every other government function and agency in the new Biden stimulus package that is going to be considered by Congress. But in this last round, the only funding that came through was for education, I think really because of the effort to open schools and ensure that we're safe to reopen.
But the $373 million budget that was approved, how much are you estimating then could be supplemented by or replaced with federal funds?
Well, we have about $110 million that was provided in this next round. And of that amount, 85 million is around that mark is estimated for GDOE public schools. And the remainder would be allocated to our private and charter schools based on our enrollment numbers. So that's part of it. It's not just all GDOE, it's also for private and charter schools. So of that 85 million, we are going to be sitting down and we're working through the first week of February, we'll be going to our schools as well as our private nonprofit partners and doing a needs assessment focused on how we move forward to strengthen what we're doing now and hopefully make our campuses safer for reopening. So there will be a needs assessment that has to be done as part of this process, as part of our consultation process that we have to do as part of the request for funds. And then after that, we'll be able to submit a budget proposal to USDOE and get them to sign off on it. And then we can confirm, the use of those funds. So again, of that amount, I'm not sure at this point, but we'd hope to offset, a good amount of the request. And so what I mean by that is if we're able to get more technology, if we're able to use it for some of our facility needs that are related to COVID-19, reopening, if we're able to use it for instructional materials that we are also requesting in our budget, I think we could make we can make a big difference. Probably not the full 85, but maybe, maybe half of that we could maybe, line up against our requests there in the budget. So it's going to take some time to go through the numbers and really do that type of math. But what's going to happen in my estimation is that it's going to reduce our request. But a lot of those items are not typically funded in the budgets that we do get, because I would say that 80 to 85% of our budget goes right to personnel. You get the additional, $12 million that'll go to utilities. And then you've got, some remainder for your essential contracts and supplies, which is not as much. We've also endured a $30 million cut since 2018. So with all that going on, I don't think we're going to be in a position to say, hey, great, you're going to be able to repair all the air conditioners, and then say we'll take that amount out of the budget. It really wasn't, included in our normal budget, because we're talking about major investments. So we'll make it. So we'll take advantage of the federal funding. We'll let our leaders know what that means in terms of reducing our budget requests. We'll remind them that in the federal funding requirements, there is a maintenance of effort requirement, and help them understand what the U.S. Department of Education is going to be looking at. And then when it comes to working out the local budget and seeking a waiver, we'll work with them on that as well. We know the island's in a tough spot, because of the revenue projections. We're not blind to it, but at the same time, we have an obligation to make the request that we feel is needed to meet all the mandates, that are in our law, to meet all of the collective bargaining agreement requirements, and to meet the needs of our students. So we'll put that forward to them, and we'll look forward to a discussion over the next 5-6 months as we head into budget season.
All right, so has there been this maintenance effort when you talk about we've been cut $30 million since 2018?
Well, I think the maintenance of effort by the time it gets submitted will be including the last 3 years. So it'll take FY20, which is it'll take more recent years. I'm not sure if it'll go as far back as it might go as far back as 18, but it might be more 19, 20, and 21 by the time we're done with it. So we're not sure it'll capture all of the the changes, but we're going to be submitting the information that we have. The governor's money, the governor does get $33 million in additional funds for education as part of the second wave. And those requirements, as we understand, are also applicable to the funds that the governor gets. So we're going to have to work together to really, respond to USDOE's requirements and figure out a solution to that. We certainly don't want to lose. The consequence is you return the money. I think that's ultimately the consequence. I would hope that USDOE is not going to be in position to say, well, give it right back. But, I do think they put that language in there for a reason. I think probably to ensure that it wasn't really, just taking federal money and absolving the local government of any education funding, obligations, but really to work in partnership with local funds to try to get the school systems through the pandemic. Again, but a lot of moving parts, a lot of, things, a lot of, fine print. And we'll be working with our Senator St. Augustine and Senator Chelina Nelson as well, to ensure that they are clear and we can all be on the same page when it comes to how those funds are going to be used.
Does the $373 million check off all the 14 points of the Adequate Public Education Act?
Yeah, that was the intent. That is the intent. We had a very, really robust discussion with our board, because January is you're kind of the last stages of finalizing the budget, but we also had several new board members. So it was very interesting to be able to kind of introduce them to where we were in the budget process and how the budget came to be constructed and what the mandates and requirements are in law and in our collective bargaining agreement. And so we did have a healthy discussion with our board members, our new board members especially. I think of course, just as I was, you look at the number, you say, wow, it's a really high number. But there is also a lot of history to this. Part of the history is, with the 14 points being there and an obligation to ask for what you think you need to fulfill those mandates. Second of all, there's this ongoing discussion about what happens when you don't ask for money, right? You don't ask for the money you need to fix your facilities, and you go back. When something happens, people say, well, we say, well, we didn't get the resources, and someone else will say, well, you never asked for it. So I think our board has said, well, we need to ask for this, because we don't want to be in a position where we know the resources aren't there, but we have to make it clear to our elected officials that there are needs and these are what they are, and we'll work together to figure out what the best way is to fund all these needs. So it's a partnership, and it's not easy. We submit our budget directly to the legislature. We're not in charge of revenues, nor do we really have insight into what the revenues will be. So once that revenue picture becomes more real and people get an understanding of where we'll be next year, we definitely will work with our legislative partners and our governor to come up with something that we hope will enable GDOE to get through the pandemic and meet the needs of our kids. But as you can see, we also believe very strongly that our public education system provides a lot of support, to our community during these times. And we've been very blessed to be in a position to help the community and to help our students and their families. So we do want to make sure that we keep those supports intact.
John, are more parents trying to get their kids into face-to-face, and how soon will we expand the face-to-face enrollment?
We're gonna be discussing that with the board. I would say in the next couple of weeks. We obviously acknowledge that these are low numbers, compared to our normal enrollment, and we actually were planning for that. We knew what our parents and students were feeling. Not all of them, majority of them want to stay in distance learning. They're not comfortable yet coming back. And probably because of the vision that you have in your head when school's in session, the crowded buses, the crowded schools, and how are we going to keep our kids safe? I think once we our families started to see through the media and through the coverage of the school openings, I think they looked and saw the campuses and said, hey, wait a minute, this is not what we would normally imagine. So perhaps it is, an opportunity to come back safely to school, and the community seems to be in a better position from a public health standpoint. So, I think we have about 400 to 500 students on a waiting list throughout the district, about maybe a total of 500, and that doesn't account for those students who showed up on the first day without registering, and some of the schools went ahead and said, okay, we have that capacity. So maybe for 1 or 2 students we're able to deal with that. But for those schools, I think JFK has about 100 students of that 500 on a waiting list. And, it's easy to accommodate, elementary school students when you have the capacity. But, high school, you're really talking about lining up schedules for those students in terms of the classes they need. So it gets a little bit more complicated when you get to larger numbers and higher grades. So I think what's happened, in addition to those 500, there are students who were able to show up, and if the schools had low numbers, some of them went ahead and accepted them and allowed them to come on as part of the face-to-face cohort. What will happen now is, we've got a couple of weeks under our belt, maybe an additional week next week to ensure that everything's operating as anticipated and to ensure there aren't any concerns or issues. And then we will work with the schools and the board to determine how much further to expand. And my estimation is that having seen classes that have been, maybe as low as 2 to 3 students, that there is capacity, for additional students in those classes without changing the schedules at this point, just welcoming them, ensuring there are, students in the classroom without violating the 6-foot distancing requirements. If it gets to a point where we have more students that require us to start changing schedules and start to affecting the overall, structure of how we're doing the 3 models of learning, that's where I think the schools are asking for more district guidance. When will that take place? How do we ensure, that safety is maintained, and what will the impact be on how we're scheduling our students? We were very flexible in our first semester, but that caused a lot of difficulty for our teachers and our administrators, because we had a lot of students going in and out of model of learning as they decided what was working best for them. So this time we wanted to kind of stabilize it, and especially make sure that our teachers and staff at schools for face-to-face felt safe. Another boost to this, though, is really the vaccination efforts that are underway. I also think that after we get through the second dose, which is scheduled for at least I think for the early ones on the first day would be February 20th, around that date. That'll really enable our school employees to feel more comfortable with going with more students at school.
What's been the response?
So we'll work with we'll work with the board. I know there's a lot of pressure from some parents saying, "Oh, I want my kid now. I didn't sign up," or now I got to go to work, or whatever the issue is. We want them to be patient. We'll get to that discussion, and hopefully we can let the public know what the plan is shortly.
What's been the response from your employees getting vaccinated?
Just a sigh of relief. Really, I have to just thank the governor, thank Public Health, the vaccination committee, and GRMC and AMC for just making this work. But I have to say, when we started this past Friday, as late as Thursday, we were still up in the air. because it required a lot of things to take place. I mean, we needed some time to notify our employees. We needed some time to confirm the vaccines would be available, and just all of the logistics around making sure that it would go smoothly. So so we started on Saturday, and that was the first day, and I was there. I saw the employees coming in. A lot of them just relieved. I mean, they came in early. I mean, some of them were just anticipating, it's going to be a long line. Really, there were long lines for those who arrived early, but once it got going, we had supplemented GRMC's team with 22 nurses, so they were able to double the number of stations they had originally set up. And I think everyone just kind of went through very smoothly and efficiently. And I think the longest, or the bottleneck really was the observation room, where you had to be there for 15 minutes just to ensure that there aren't any reactions to the vaccine. So all understandable. But other than that, I just think everyone was in good spirits, even if they waited, and got there extra early just to be safe. So I think now that we're at Teason, we have another day today of vaccinations with AMC, the American Medical Center. They're working through Teason High School to vaccinate another round of educators. This is for our Central and Southern employees. Once we get through that, I think our teachers and staff will feel a lot more comfortable being there, knowing that they're prioritized. Now we know it's just a first dose. I think the message for everybody, not just our employees, but if you're getting vaccinated, it doesn't mean go away from the safety requirements. Wear your mask, keep the distancing, hand sanitizing, and cleaning, your areas. I think we really have to maintain that. The vaccination doesn't protect the community, if we're not there at a point where everybody's got the vaccine. So we know that our kids don't have the vaccines. We know that that many people are still making decisions about whether to take advantage of the vaccines when they become available. So I just want to urge, and of course, with the first dose, you don't have the full, the maximum, protection that you would have after the second dose. So a lot of people, I think, felt relaxed as well. And we said, don't relax. It's good to have relief, but keep it up. Keep up the safety requirements, because we're doing really well as a community. We're staying the positive, percentages are staying low. Kids feel comfortable. Parents are wanting to come back to school, but we can't really relax at this point. We got to keep up our due diligence on being safe and taking all those precautions.
Mm-hmm. Do you have any updates on the repairs to the Southern High School auditorium? Was that public law?
Well, we're very thankful. Governor signed off on the bill, and Senator Moylan, and I actually spoke yesterday. He was interested in, basically in, making sure that we were, had their support in moving things forward. So we're looking at a meeting with the Department of Rev and Tax and GITA probably early next week, so that we can just make sure we understand how everything will work together. It's very easy for us to look and advertise and say who wants to be the private partner in here, take advantage of the tax credits. But I don't know anything about what happens after that. So I wanted to make sure that Rev and Tax and GITA were able to figure out, how does that tax credit work? What would they need to do to avail themselves of that back end way to fund these projects. So we will definitely do our part, but we're going to sit down and work it out with Rev and Tax and GITA as to what the details are, and then we want to push for private partners. I think our school, our Southern High School administrators and our Southern High School teachers and families down there are excited about the opportunity. And so I think we'll all do our best to seek our private partners, just getting those details right for the other parts of the bill.
Any update on a third party custodian?
Well, we're working with them. I think part of what our challenge, not to say challenge, but there's a reality that goes into a shift in administrations, and USDOE, we're seeing, we're waiting for more word as to how that shift in leadership will work itself out, so that we can reestablish the relationships and the connections, to the appropriate leadership at the department. So, when an agency goes through transition, that also affects the agency staff. So we'll continue to talk and work, on communicating on our regular, updates for them. But as far as things like, approving travel, setting up the next schedules, I think they're going to be waiting to ensure that it's in line with, what the new leadership, is going to support, just so that we're all, on the same page, and we don't have any miscommunication. So we have our new chair, Mark Mandela, our vice chair, Dr. Mary Okada. I mean, both have experience with the federal, side, having been a part of our conversations before, and then Dr. Okada, in her role at GCC, also interacting with US DOE. So, we have a strong team, a strong leadership who are really going to focus on trying to, carry us to the end zone with the third party. But we're going to take a couple of more weeks probably to sort things out as to, what's next with US DOE once they, have themselves organized on their end. So we're looking for it. We think it's positive. It's one of those transition types of issues where I don't think the final decisions about just basic things like getting approval to have the next round of monitoring. They're going to want their superiors to know, that that's the plan and make sure that everyone's up, I guess, briefed and updated.
Anything new on the FMP?
Which is that? I'm sorry.
The facilities master's plan.
Oh, so yes, right now we're at a stage where they're gathering data. I mean, we started this at the end of last year, and we keep our monthly meetings up. So our next meeting is in a week or so for our February meeting, and as part of where we are at this stage, we're gathering a lot of data collection right now. So they're working on projections for enrollment. In order for them to project enrollment, there's a lot of things that they also need to, to get. So we're providing them information about, the work that the board did on our reassignment of attendance areas, because that was one key, facilities planning effort that really kind of shifted the enrollment. Not all of that's fully implemented, but it said here, here's how the enrollment should be divided amongst the schools. That's where the proposal for a new middle school, at the campus of Chief Brody Elementary came up. So we were giving them that information. We're giving them updated information on the compact impact, the student impact on our enrollment and the funding that would be associated with that. So we're giving them those reports. And I think they're also doing their own research on the updates with regard to the defense, Department of Defense, the military buildup as well. So right now it's focused on getting a good projection enrollment. We're going to move into a stage where we're going to do a more active stakeholder engagement. So of course we really need them to be in touch with the relevant agencies that are going to be part of, partners in the facilities plan. And then we'd like to do more public engagement as we move, beyond February. So the goal is still, to get this plan done by November. We hope to see a big push, once we get to March and out there in terms of a public push.
Where are you guys in terms of cutting down that number in reaching out to the students that you haven't been able to, or that haven't been attending school?
Yeah, we're done with the home visits. I mean,
Okay.
the social workers really moved quickly to address that. So they did find of those remaining 550 students, there were about 200 to 250 students who were still unaccounted for after the home visits. But for the most part, what they believe has happened for those students is that they have moved off island. And this comes from the neighbors and coming from relatives, and so a lot of that home visit also involved just checking in on people who that might have that awareness of where they are. So that might include people in the next door neighbors or in the community who could give them some insight. So that's what they're getting a lot of in terms of the 250 that are left. But of the others who were able to be contacted, those students are registered at their schools and are getting the being tracked and attended to by our our outreach team. So we were just very glad to get the authorization to go out there. And as you can tell and hear in the general environment, that a lot of issues related to children at home during this pandemic, I mean, just alarming and concerning to all of us who know that some of our kids need to be back in school, need to be back in an environment that is better in terms of, safer for them than they might see outside of school. So that's something that we're going to continue to work with the governor and lieutenant governor on jointly.
And I'm sorry, I just had one more question, and this was just if you had any
Sure.
updates on whether or not GDOE has stood up everything for the expanded Wi-Fi access to students, whether or not the libraries are ready to go.
Yeah,
for-
I'm hoping, it's Thursday now, so we're looking at issuing a public information regarding what we are planning to launch. I believe it's up to 8 schools next week, which will be our community learning centers. So the final details are being nailed down, but we're looking to launch next week, and we'll be able to clarify what those schools are that are ready to open, and what those hours can be used for those who are interested in going to schools. Of course, it requires the same kind of physical distancing and hand sanitization and all of that, but we're making technology available and the internet access available for those students and families who are in need of that. So stay tuned on that. The other issue with the Wi-Fi access, we'll also be putting out information. We started the registration process, and I have to tell you, the latest report I got was about maybe 360 applications, and I thought it would be a lot higher. So we're going to make a big push, but it surprised us because it was just like our pushing the laptops out. We planned for just maybe 8,000 applications, and we got about half of that number. So we're going to have to really work with our community. There is a part of our community that just wants to do hard copy, and we're concerned about that because I don't think that's the best quality of interaction that we can have with a student, even though there are reasons that are probably very valid for those families in terms of what works for them. So we're going to have to work on that. But I anticipated we can have a lot more demand for going online, having internet access, and so far the applications are low. We're still in the procurement process for that, for the Wi-Fi, and so it's not going to happen this month, but we hope it will complete in February. Getting the bids in and working with the vendors to finalize that procurement. But right now, the numbers are really relatively low, and so we got to do our own research and to figure out whether we're not pushing it hard enough, or whether the families are just not not in need of that service. And so we'll continue to monitor that until we get this done.
All right. I guess we'll just, like you said, stay tuned for more information about those 8 schools. So thanks for coming on, John. Stay safe.
Okay.
Appreciate
I'm
it.
happy. Thank you. Same to all of you. Thank you.
Right on.
Have a good
Have a
weekend.
good weekend. Okay. 8:58. Good morning. We're at KUAM FM, Agotni, Guam. This is The Breeze, 93.9. The Link Carrier, IT&E, and Cavo Enterprises. Proud to present this episode. It's Thursday, January 28th. What's looking like a beautiful day outside. And let's head into the Zoom room and check out our neighbors to the north with Kevin Bautista, the CNMI Governor's Office. Good morning, Kev. Thanks for joining us.
Alfred, good morning, Chris. Good morning, Bree. It's good to see you both again. How's it going?
Very good, very good.
How's it going?
It's going well. Vaccinations is going pretty smoothly here in CNMI. We just distributed our second stimulus checks, EIP2, via direct deposit 2 days ago.
Via direct deposit.
About almost 9,000 checks went out via direct deposit to many of our residents. And then we have about 25,000 paper checks that are going to be going out within the next few days.
Nice. We've been having issues with the PUA and the eligibility criteria in terms of if you have reduced work hours, you cannot qualify. Is that the same situation you guys are battling over there?
We are definitely experiencing the same problems right now in terms of both the interpretation of the Continued Assistance Act, as well as how we are implementing this next phase of the rollout for the second round of pandemic unemployment assistance. So far, right now, in terms of how we're interpreting it and how we're also getting congressional intent, is we are advocating for folks who have their hours reduced to continue receiving PUA payments. That's a very important thing for us personally, just because the CMI has been faced with austerity measures, both since the typhoon season of 2018, the corresponding economic depression in 2019, and then the economic impact in 2020 has really forced people to be both out of work and folks who've had to have their hours reduced. So folks who are eligible and have their incomes eligible for receiving PUA and having their hours reduced, that's a big portion of our population. We continue to advocate to make sure that we get both the proper congressional, understanding the proper congressional intent, getting proper legal counsel, and then working it through. But we are still looking at making sure that we can get those guys eligible for those second round of PUA payments.
Okay. Did you guys also get the same feedback as our Guam Department of Labor director did in terms of all the in Pool 1 that they weren't supposed to get it? These reduced
about the folks who are receiving it with their hours reduced.
Yeah.
Pool 1.
Did you guys get the same?
In terms of the guidance, I can't really say specifically if the guidance was requested directly. I know. I was just watching how Guam made the request. I know they did it I know they did it in a little bit of a different way. But what we did was we continue to give people who had their hours reduced that PUA payment. We have the conference calls of the U.S. Department of Labor. The Secretary of Labor, Vicky Beneventi, continues to provide me some updates on that, and she has stated that U.S. DOE has approved their plans and have improved the implementation so far, which included the payment of folks who have had their hours reduced during Pool 1. And we're going to continue to seek the guidance from you as we go.
Mm-hmm. So you guys are paying people with reduced work hours currently for the PUA 2 program?
Yes, as it stands right now. Yes.
Okay.
And then we're and then I'll monitor that closely as we move forward. But so far, we did put out a press release though that they may be ineligible for PUA 2. As we continue to do the adjudication of the claims. So this continues to be an evolving discussion. Right. But then so far, per the Secretary of Labor here in CNMI, we're going to continue to do it until U.S. DOE formally tells us to not do it.
Okay. But then there might be that possibility that those that are receiving this PUA 2 that are on reduced work hours, they may have to pay it back.
Yeah, we left that disclaimer within our local press releases open. Okay. One of the things that also was an additional piece to the CNMI's implementation of PUA was the inclusion of our CW visa workers. That's a specific worker visa classification specifically for the CNMI. So the governor's office, together with the congressional office, Congressman Keely Sablan and Governor Torres, we worked on ensuring that we can get language to get CWs eligible as a qualified alien for this second round of PUA 2. So that particular piece specific to the CNMI has been included for our implementation for the second round.
Is there any update on tourism? Have you guys reopened? Because I know during the speech before the Rotary, the governor was saying by around mid-January or so. So have you guys already reopened?
Yes, that's a great question. So obviously due to the evolving nature of the pandemic and our communication with the source markets in Korea and Japan, the reopening of tourism has formally been pushed back. We're now moving it to February, just because we haven't received the formal government correspondences from Korea to formally open up the travel bubble. So we're still working on that. The progress has been moving quite steadily, but one of the biggest things for us is ensuring that to get that agreement put in place, and then also activating a lot of our private tourism partners within the source markets to get them ready to go as we get these formal government agreements in place. So that conversation's still ongoing. But in terms of how we're doing here domestically and locally, we're doing a really good job in terms of educating the public that we are looking to reopening tourism. I think that the community success and the proactive leadership has really allowed us to be in this position where we can reopen, be among the first, if not the first in the Pacific, to reopen tourism, and be able to do it in a way that's both conscious of our public health priorities while being also cognizant of the need to get our economy truly back up and running. Because it's more than just small businesses and getting them up and running, because we have a lot of our domestic small businesses wide open and pretty much back to normal operations. It's that.
Why do I have this feeling you're bragging?
No, I'm not trying
just,
to.
I'm just kidding. You guys are doing an awesome job. I'm just messing with you.
Yeah, but again, it's still a push and pull, you know, like it's a constant battle that we have to deal with a lot of economic externalities, which includes getting those agreements in place. Those agreements have not been formally established. The governor, MVA, the Mariners Visitors Authority, they've been working very diligently and with our private partners to get this up and running. The communication has been made with the South Korean Ministry of Tourism, and as well as communication with both with Japan, as well as getting some support from U.S. mainland partners as well to get this fully up and running. Mm-hmm. And I think with our what I'd like to say is our positive vaccination rate, our low case count, our lack of community transmission in almost 150 days. I think that's if anyone's going to reopen now, it's going to be us, and hopefully we can continue to get there as soon as possible.
Yeah, hey Kev, this is Jace. I know Bree and Chris just love to just playfully rib you about are you flexing or anything like that. But I'm curious. Has the governor of the CNMI been solicited by other world leaders, because New Zealand is often credited as a leading example of how to properly lock down a country and recover very well. There are certain other countries. Has the governor been approached by other territories, other international partners, or have you guys even maybe put something together to say this could be a case study to help regional partners in how you might be able to do it in your own place?
So great question, Jace. Thank you. Two answers to that question. The first would be that I think organically, the CNMI story of being able to properly lock down, be able to do it in a way that's both safe and community oriented. That story has been shared with some media partners that have picked it up in the States. This includes Real Clear Health, the Washington Times, and former congressional staffers that are still connected to the Hill have already picked up the story, and have referenced the CNMI as a case study for this point. In terms of other leaders around the region reaching out, I know that the governor has been in close contact with a lot of the leaders within Micronesia. I know that a lot of best practice sharing has been made. While at the same time, also the Western Governors Association has reached out, and I was just talking to the governor about this last week. I had to give him the latest case count for the CNMI, and I asked him playfully, like, what's it for? And then he pretty much said, I was going to give it over to the Western Governors Association. One of the governors in the Western Governors Association wanted to know how we were doing, and he pretty much stated that they were really impressed. And for us, we take the accolades as it comes, but I think the biggest thing for us really is just to reopen tourism. I think that's going to be our biggest barometer of success, because almost 150 days of last community transmission is great and all, continuing to protect the Manamco, continuing to protect people with pre-existing conditions. That's always been the priority since January of 2020. as the first territory to lock down and be cognizant of those Asian flights coming in out of China and South Korea. But then moving forward, I think is that if we can get ourselves back to our definition of true normalcy would be getting back to a level of reopening tourism properly and safely, and getting it to be both a community-oriented approach, because we're facing the pushback here locally as well. Just as with everyone who is nervous about seeing that being a threat, and we continue to just outline the fact that most of the cases that we identified at the border in our quarantine process has been through the U.S. mainland, Hawaii, and the Guam route. So that classic United route to get into the CNMI has been where we're seeing the most, if not all, the COVID identification. So we're trying to make sure that we can make the case to reopen the source markets, and we know that just as an island economy, our viability is dependent on those three source markets: China, Korea, and Japan.
Yeah, I was just thinking, I'd say it's probably inevitable. It's only a matter of time before world countries, maybe later on this spring or maybe even to the summer, when they start saying they begin to be using their own safety, their level of safety and the status at which they're operating as like a marketing driver, and they begin to say like, okay, well, we're Honolulu, we're totally safe. We're Cairns, Australia, we're safe too, and and they begin to use that as like as a sales pitch. Which I think totally bodes in your favor as far as reopening tourism.
Yeah, exactly, and that's a great point. We're doing that too. We've been running that language through multiple channels, both formally and informally. Obviously, just the way that governments work and communicate with each other. But at the same time too, I think it's just a matter of getting those formal agreements in place. The formal government agreements are really the ones that we're looking to push forward and perpetuate. So once we get those things arranged and locked in, that's when the real fun begins in terms of having to both manage it all while also getting the revenue that we desperately need as an island economy.
So can you give us some numbers? How many people have been vaccinated over in the CNMI?
So far as of this morning, we have vaccinated about 9,325 people in the CNMI. That roughly translates to about 12 to 13% of our population, which is pretty good. That's exactly where we want to be by the end of this month. The governor's plan is, along with CHEC, is to eventually, we have this hopeful, optimistic goal that we can get our people vaccinated at a rate of 90% by the summer. It's a big ask, but then the governor's been working with both CHEC and a lot of the private health partners who have been significantly helping us in getting everyone vaccinated, both the first dose and the second dose. And they've even said that we can, if we can get that 90% number by the summer. So we're hopeful we can get that through. But again, the pandemic is going to continue to constantly evolve, and at the end of the day, we're always subject to the federal government's supply of vaccines. And a lot of the states and territories are facing both vaccine shortages and not knowing what number of vaccine is coming in during a specific shipment. So we're subject to those things to supply supply problems. So but the demand is high. Everyone's the good thing about this, I think, and I'm speaking both uniformly across the board. I think that whole anti-vax issue is not really a problem as much anymore. I mean, that's the way that we're seeing it here. You got little sprinkles of people kind of saying, "Oh, I heard about the side effects. I heard about that." But then, for the most part, because they're seeing a lot of their family members getting the vaccine, that's forcing them to get out of their comfort zone and get that vaccination for their families and friends. We've just recently opened up vaccinations for Tinian and Rota. They both got vaccinated. About 200 people, almost 200 people on each island have been vaccinated. I think about 140 on Rota, 111 on Tinian, and then we also reopened our priority groups to include people who are 55 years and older now. So we're at that point of our priority phase.
So the goal here is herd immunity by July 21st. Let me guess, y'all are going to achieve herd immunity by June.
We're doing our best. The governor has been really listening to the science, been really working with our great CEO Esther Munoz and the CHEC leadership. That herd immunity is important. That's going to be that real step to really locking in the normalcy of tourism. But then again, we want to get tourism opened. We couldn't reach our January goal as we wanted to, but then hopefully we can get it done by February. Japan and Korea, they're facing their own set of problems, and we have to continue to watch and be observant of that. But it's a frustrating act. I think that balancing both public health priorities and reopening the economy, that was the consistent public administration battle everywhere around the country. And I think for us, we were dealing with the same thing.
Kev, with Korea and Japan having their share of problems with the virus, and you guys want to reopen tourism, there's a whole Guam market.
Yep, exactly.
I know a lot of people from Guam would love to go up to the NMI because you guys don't have COVID. But there's a little issue of the quarantine requirement. So.
Let me guess, the boarding pass is going to say Barnett, Chris, row 3, seat A.
I'm just saying, there's probably some willing tourists here on our island that would love to go up and,
Hey guys, if we do a link on location to see them, I call shotgun on the window seat, all right?
Got it, yeah.
Well, that would be dope, man. It would be great to see a Link episode being filmed over here.
Oh, that would be.
As long as we want to go on the fishing trip, though.
Hey, well, actually, Kev, I appreciate the fact how you brought up Japan, because this might be a stretch. So correct, jump in if I'm just being weird here. But should the Olympic Games happen this summer, right? And say with international travel being what it is and everything, has the government of the CNMI anticipated if you are to be used as a secondary airport, if Guam isn't able to handle it because of the state we're in, or if they reroute flights, are you guys anticipating that being a thing as people commute to or from Japan, from Tokyo?
That's such an interesting question. I wouldn't say that we've thought about that as being a secondary airport to connect to Japan. There's this talk about Japan not doing the 2021 Olympics altogether, and some countries jumping on the opportunity to host it instead. I know, I think Florida, some state official from Florida said that since we can host the NBA COVID bubble, where the Lakers won the championship, I think that they're talking about the best practices of doing a sports bubble in Florida, and then possibly hosting the 2021 Olympics instead of Japan. We've been reading about that. For us here in the CNMI, in terms of sporting events, we're actually hosting the 2022 Pacific Mini Games, which was supposed to actually take place this year, 2021, but we're moving that to 2022, and then we're also thinking about those safety measures that we have to deal with to bring in athletes from around the Pacific, from around the Micronesian area. So that's going to be another balancing act. But in terms of Japan, it's really difficult. I think Saipan being a secondary airport connection for that's going to be subject to the FAA anyway. They determine the flights, they determine the routes and establish it with the airlines, and the federal guidance would have to be put out in order for us to be able to do that anyway.
Yeah, like I said, that might have been a stretch, but I know that logistically that's a real tricky one. But given your geographic location and everything like that, is that might even be a possibility? I'm not sure.
That's a good point. I think naturally a lot of people are going to have to start looking at that, and maybe CPA will be able to talk to the FAA about navigating through that possibility if it does come. But I know that we haven't been considered, even pre-COVID, we haven't really been considered as a connecting flight to Japan from the U.S. mainland. I know Guam has been, because Guam is the united hub for this part of the Western Pacific anyway. So this is pretty much like the launching pad from the Western Pacific to be able to go to Japan from the U.S. mainland anyway. So I think that's going to be something that's primary, and then if they bring in the CNMI as a secondary hub, then we'll see how that goes and how that translates to us being a part of it.
Well, Kev, thanks for your time this morning. I don't know if these guys got to ask you about the gala.
No. The gala.
There's a gala coming up.
The gala. Okay. Yeah. You know, when you texted me about that, Chris, I laughed because it was just like, oh yeah, I forgot we're having a gala, and like it's granted a socially distanced gala, but it's a gala nonetheless. You know, for our Saipan Chamber of Commerce Business Person of the Year.
Yeah.
I don't know. I just, you know, I think taking, like, for the CNMI, is not taking good leadership and community success for granted. And the one thing for us is really making sure that we continue this story of success. I think that our public health officials and our governor and our leadership have been working hand in hand every day to make sure that we are in this position and that we do not drop the ball, because I think if we drop the ball even one time, then that's it for us, you know, and then it becomes a slope of us, you know, generating a large surge of COVID cases, which we know for sure as an island healthcare system we can't handle.
Right.
And we're looking at a lot of the practices that are happening around the region to make sure that we don't end up failing in that regard.
Right.
Because there's no room for failure.
Yeah, there is a gala. There is
a gala.
Yeah, there is a gala, guys.
So what are you wearing?
Top story, KUAM. They're having a gala in the CNMI.
I'm just gonna assume Kev's gonna wear USC crimson and gold. I'm just assuming, you know.
You know, it's funny. I went to the gala last year, but I'm not going this year because I got homework to do. But I know that a lot of my friends were nominated for Young Professional of the Year. Some colleagues were nominated for Business Person of the Year and Small Business Person of the Year during a very tough economic year. So just getting nominated, and, you know, all success to them. You know, I love seeing that when we can just get together and support the business community.
Yep, totally not jealous over here, but yeah, no, Kev. I mean, regionally though, guys, with Guam, and we had our bumps in the road. We lost a lot of people. But the FSM, the CNMI, and now Guam, as we kind of posture towards a return to normalcy, I do think regionally we've fared so much better than so many other places in the world. Kev.
Viva CNMI!
All right. Thanks, Kev.
Thanks, Chris. Thanks, Bree.
See you. Always a little bit of friendly competition with Kevin Bautista, CNMI, Governor's Office.
Yeah. So tourism delayed until reopening is supposed to happen this month. He said February. They're just waiting on some agreements, I guess he said, to be signed. But they're ready to go.
Yeah. We had a comment in here. I admire Saipan for having a plan in place for tourism, and all they have to do is move the dates. Haven't heard any planning yet from GVB.
They're meeting today.
GVB. Yeah. I mean, we have had Jerry Perez and former Governor Gutierrez on plenty of times talking about their plans, and there are plans that they have. They've talked about this bubble where, you know, tourists would come in and they'd go to a certain hotel, and then certain businesses would be kind of like designated COVID-free. But again, this was a couple months ago, and things have kind of changed given the declaration of PCOR 2. So maybe it's time we get GVB back on again.
Yeah.
9:24. Let's head back into the Zoomer we have from the Guam Developmental Disabilities Council. He is the director, Mr. Jermaine Alerta. Jermaine, thanks for joining us.
Hey, good morning, Sabrina. Good morning, Chris. How are you guys doing?
We're doing
Jason,
pretty good. Yeah.
That's a great mask, by the way.
Oh, I got it from my when the barbers opened. I have this barber. I'm not gonna disclose where they are, but they also know someone that sells masks, so I bought a couple, and I have a big face, so it fits my face pretty well. So that's why I'm wearing it.
Nice, looks good. Jermaine,
it has elephants on it.
So it's a Republican mask.
Not gonna go that far.
Probably not a good thing.
Yeah, Jermaine sent us a little video, guys. We're gonna pop this up here. Yeah, just a little video. And I don't want to spoiler alert. It's kind of explains what developmental disabilities councils do. Okay, so this is the link, and again, this video courtesy of Jermaine Alerta over at the GDDC. I actually don't have it, guys. So go ahead.
No.
We got it on Facebook Live. Okay.
Oh, okay.
The Guam Developmental Disabilities Council. DD councils were established in the early 1970s by the Federal Developmental Disabilities Assistance and Bill of Rights Act to advocate for change in service systems for people with developmental disabilities. There's a council in every U.S. state and territory. The Guam DD Council has 28 members from across the island, appointed by the governor. Our members include people with developmental disabilities, family members of children and adults with developmental disabilities, and representatives of various government agencies and community organizations. The Council works to identify pressing needs in areas such as education, employment, and transportation, and develops a 5-year state plan to address some of the needs through advocacy, capacity building, and systems change activities. Some of those activities are carried out by our council members and staff, while others are through collaboration with our disability network partners. Throughout the year, our council participates in various events, including meetings, outreach fairs, trainings, conferences, forums, and community projects. Much of what we do involves educating the public about developmental disabilities and supporting and empowering individuals with developmental disabilities and their families to advocate for change in public policy, so individuals with developmental disabilities can have self-determination, independence, productivity, and be fully included in the community. Advocate for change in service systems for people with developmental disabilities. There's a council in every U.S. state and territory. The Guam DD Council has 28 members from across the island, appointed by the governor. Our members include people with developmental disabilities, family members of children and adults with developmental disabilities, and representatives of various government agencies and community organizations. The Council works to identify pressing needs in areas such as education, employment, and transportation, and develops a 5-year state plan to address some of the needs through advocacy, capacity building, and systems change activities. Some of those activities are carried out by our council members and staff, while others are through collaboration with our disability network partners. Throughout the year, our council participates in various events, including meetings, outreach fairs, trainings, conferences, forums, and community projects. Much of what we do involves educating the public about developmental disabilities and supporting and empowering individuals with developmental disabilities and their families to advocate for change in public policy, so individuals with developmental disabilities can have self-determination, independence, productivity, and be fully included in the community.
All right, that was cute. Let's just jump into it. You talked about some of the challenges facing people born with developmental disabilities, from education to employment. So if you want to just go down the line and maybe give us your take on what are at least a few of those challenges in each of the categories.
Well, so, the Developmental Disabilities Council is unique because it really, our members, 60% of our membership is made up of people with developmental disabilities or their family members, right? So we really draw on their firsthand experiences about some of the challenges, some of the obstacles they face in their lives. And like you said, so we have a state plan that we develop every 5 years. And we ask the community for their input on identifying some of the issues that our federal mandates guide us to focus on, right? Education, employment, transportation, housing, healthcare, issues like that. And, some of the problems have been long-standing. When I first got on board with the DD Council, a lot of the members spoke about, in terms of like, you usually brought up education and employment. They have difficulty with the availability of jobs for individuals with disabilities, right? So they go through programs with DSID. They work with the Department of Labor. The government tries to form partnerships and establish partnerships with local businesses, right, to see how they're able to accommodate more employment opportunities for people with disabilities. So obviously the availability of that is one of the primary issues that people are facing. With education, a lot of parents, they're concerned about getting a proper and a fair education for their children who are under the Division of Special Education. Right. So we have a lot of family advocates, right? A lot of parents who will make or are trying to ensure that their children have they're given a level playing ground in terms of succeeding in their educational journey from kinder all the way up until they exit the school system. With housing, again, it's just availability. Guam's so small, and we have limited resources, right? So a lot of the times our members are advocating to have the availability and accessibility expanded so that they can get the opportunities that they need to improve their quality of life, not just for the individual with a disability in their family, but for their entire family.
Obviously, there's just so many challenges on top of challenges, right? Like with ADA compliance, and is that kind of under you guys' area too?
So the DD Council, it has to be the DD Council is really its primary focus is advocacy. Like I said, we draw upon our members' experiences in their lives to educate people about some of the obstacles people with disabilities face, right? And then we go out and we try to educate the community. We try to bring more awareness to the community about those issues, so that when our council, together with our community partners, when we speak with local policymakers, when we speak with government agencies, when we speak with community organizations who do provide direct services, they're more understanding about some of the needs of the disability community. So with ADA compliance, we do advocate for that. We just a few months ago we partnered together with Guam Cedars and the Guam Legal Services Corporation, because we were trying to bring more awareness to ADA compliance throughout the community, right? Not just in government facilities, but all public spaces, right? All places available to the public,
right?
So that people understand that even though the ADA has been in existence for many, many years, there's, like you said, there's still a lot of issues with compliance because some people just aren't aware about what constitutes reasonable accommodations as prescribed within the ADA, right? So part of what we do is we work together and we try to just reach out to the community, reach out to businesses and explain to them, you don't have to spend millions of dollars to provide those accommodations, but there's little things you can do to get in, to conform, right, to meet the mandates as required in the ADA. So a lot of it is advocacy, going out there and explaining to people who may not be aware that certain laws exist that require compliance with accommodations with regards to the ADA.
You guys have a month, Jermaine?
So back in 1987, President Ronald Reagan proclaimed March as Developmental Disabilities Awareness Month, right? And remember, this is 1987. This is over 30 years ago, right? So the information that was available back then and what they knew back then, it was a lot less than what we know now, right? Yeah. But every month, especially around Guam, we do observe March as Developmental Disabilities Awareness Month. And in the past, obviously, last year, a lot of the events were canceled because it was in March, and that's when the pandemic kind of hit everybody, right? So we had a whole slew of activities planned for that month, and we had to cancel some of them. This year, obviously, it's going to be a lot different. We're going to do a lot of things virtually. But in the past, a lot of the activities surrounding Developmental Disabilities Awareness Month have been a lot of outreach activities. We held a couple of community outreach fairs at the different local shopping centers. We Guam Cedars, GSAT, the Guam System for Assistive Technology, they host a yearly conference, Assistive Technology Conference. Guam Legal Services Corporation, we partner with them. We partner with Cedars, and we just hold a bunch of different events during March with a bunch of our different partners. I know part of Developmental Disabilities Awareness Month has always been showcasing some of the talents of people with developmental disabilities. I know not last year, but in 2019, I know Guma Mami, we partnered with Guma Mami, and they did a poetry and photo exhibit with some of the people using their services. Yeah. It's just a bunch of events to showcase and highlight, right? Some of the talents, some of the, and just kind of, expose the general public to the lives that people with developmental disabilities and their families live, so that they understand that, they enjoy the same things everyone else does, right? But there's just certain barriers that it makes it a little bit more difficult for them to attain those things that they want to enjoy. But when they do it, it's just like everyone else, and that's really what we strive to highlight during Developmental Disabilities Awareness Month.
Yeah, so that's in March. No, are you guys gonna go full on, or are you still thinking virtual?
So right, so right now we are, we were still experiencing the pandemic, right? So that's the reality right now. So we're not planning to do any large face-to-face activities, if any, right now. Yeah. A lot of it's going to be virtual. We're going to work together. Like I said, GSAT's doing the virtual AT conference. We're going to be partnering with some government agencies and some nonprofits within our community to highlight some of the programs that are available. I know with transportation, I know GRTA recently has been putting out this new app for paratransit users. And, it's something that you're going to use on a mobile device or your computer. So we want to make sure that the people who need that service are fully aware of what it is and how to properly use it. So some of the things we want to do is more outreach and educational awareness for programs such as that, for projects such as that, right? So right now we're in the planning stages. We are going to have a proclamation signing. We're going to try to get a legislative resolution. We're going to work with our policymakers to do that. And it always just draws together people in the disability community because, there's so many different organizations within the community that focus on specific types of disabilities, right? We have Autism Community Together. Right. We have the Down Syndrome Association of Guam. There's so many, right? Guma Mami provides services, Catholic Social Service provides services. And we want to bring all those groups together so that people can put faces to stories and lived experiences, right? So they can get a better understanding of some of the challenges that we're experiencing, but also the strides we've made towards making things better, and then also fully understanding that there's still a lot more work to be done, and we still have a long way to go, but we're showing that we're getting there slowly but surely.
How many people on Guam have developmental disabilities?
So we've never taken an accurate count. And part of it is health regulations preclude a lot of government organizations from asking about disabilities. You cannot ask someone, right? So the information about disabilities within a family has to be voluntary, right? Obviously, if people are getting services for that, then you can mark them down as someone. But with like developmental disabilities, you cannot really get the information without asking the question directly. So like nationally, and this is true with all the states and territories, they don't have definitive numbers, but a lot of them use percentages that health organizations, nationally recognized health organizations tell us to use. And the prevalence is supposed to be like 1.58% or 1.5% of a population. So that's how we kind of use it as our number, but there's never been any true accurate count. But we do work with like GDOE or DISID, who provide services for individuals who have to identify that they do have a disability to get those services. So we use those numbers, but they're not 100% accurate.
I want to go back to what you had talked about, communicating with parents of students with special needs. What's that conversation like? Do you get a lot of complaints from parents who have, their kids with developmental disabilities in the education system? Maybe issues about one-to-one aids or instructional time. What are some of the things those parents say to you?
So we do have quite a few members on our council that are parents and they have students currently within the education system. What's good is that the DD Council does have a seat on what's called on a DOE. Within DOE, it's called GAPS, right? It's the Guam Advisory Panel for Students with Disabilities, and the DDC does have a seat on that, and it's made up of a bunch of parents who are there advocating for their children, and the issues, like you said, personnel, resources. Those are issues that are always brought up. The good thing is, I know you had Superintendent Fernandez on. We hold a monthly meeting. GAPS holds a monthly meeting where these parents are able to identify certain issues that they're experiencing and other parents like them are experiencing, and they bring it up. And the DOE administrators are there to listen, and they explain some of the challenges they as a department also face in providing those services. And it's a chance for them to be face to face with some of the parents. I don't want to say complaints, but bringing up issues and discussing issues that parent alone doesn't face, but other parents face, and also the teachers, the staff, and the administrators of the department also see those as issues that they need to find a resolution to. So it gets them speaking, right? The conversation is started. So that's a step in the right direction, is that they're bringing together both sides and they're talking it out and they're trying to come to a resolution that addresses some of the issues. But yeah, we do hear that from some of our parent members, and they do convey those messages to.
Not complaints though; they're just conveying issues.
Well, I mean, complaints are a very confrontational word, right? That's in my opinion, right? But if you say it enough, right? If you say the issue enough, people are going to understand that it exists, right? So as when you acknowledge that the problem does exist, that the difficulties exist, then that I believe is a step in the right direction, because then now everyone begins talking about it instead of putting it on the back burner, which unfortunately has been the case many times in the past.
I follow you on a few of the different social media things, so I just wanted to congratulate you on your modeling career.
That's something you two share.
Yeah. Model to model, Jermaine. Just
I know we're signing under the same contract, Chris. I got a little bit jealous. I said I didn't get to wear that shirt that Chris was wearing.
Yeah, I said the same thing about you.
No,
but how's the singing going though?
No, that was people talk to me. I'm a church singer, right, and I'm a choir singer from high school. And I'm an avid karaoker, if that's a word, right?
Karaokeer.
Karaokeer, yeah. So, but I mean, it's just something to pass the time. And when you're sitting at home at 10 o'clock at night, 11 o'clock at night, and you have your computer on, you're going through YouTube, and things pop up, right? You just press it and be like, oh no, I can't sing that, so I can't record that. Things like that. But I mean, it's just passing the time, especially this day and age when a lot of us are finding new things to do, right? A lot of us are finding things to keep us busy. So, I mean, it is what it is.
Right, there you go.
It is what it is.
And we know
Hold on, Jay.
Jermaine, you blow us all out of the water today with shirt selection and everything. That is a great shirt.
It is.
Yeah, Chris is kind of like the Antigo wear that to church shirt with your grandpa, which is nice, and I look like a Honolulu banker. Sabrina's got the tigress, rare. But yeah, Jermaine, that is a fantastic shirt, man.
But Jermaine, when we have our karaoke contest here on the link, we're going to be hitting you up to make sure you perform.
Get ready.
Let me know so I can practice. I know my voice is a little bit scratchy because there aren't.
You can do Betty Davis eyes. Take it easy. Take it easy, Jermaine. Thanks for joining us, my friend.
All right. Thank you guys so much for the platform. And you guys be safe out there.
Yeah, anything you need to pump out, whatever, shoot it to me on the WhatsApp. There you go. Jermaine Alert, the Executive Director of the Guam Developmental Disabilities Council. It's 9:44. We'll take a break and come back and talk Relay for Life right here on The Link.
Learn more about our region. The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by the Bank of Guam and KFC.
It takes all of us to protect Guam. Join the Guam Visitors Bureau in our social media campaign series aimed to protect our island and each other in this COVID-19 era. Participate in the Protect Guam movement by wearing your mask, showcasing Guam's heroes, staying active, and downloading the Guam COVID Alert app. Post and share your content with us, use the hashtag ProtectGuam, and you could win $100. It's that simple. Check out visitguam.com for details. Let's reclaim our lives, our economy, and our tourism industry.
We're doing a good job, Guam. In the past couple of weeks, we've managed to keep the CAR score below 5. Together, we rose to the challenge when the governor asked us all to strive for 5.
In the past couple of weeks, we've not only brought the CAR score way down from being in the high 40s to below 5, we've shown the governor that we're capable of altering the course of this pandemic. We were on a path to uncertainty, but now because of all of our actions, we're doing better.
But better doesn't necessarily mean that we are out of the woods. We still need to watch our distance, wash our hands, and wear our masks. So please keep striving, Guam.
We got this.
We got your 6.
At 6 a.m. with The Link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6.
Yeah. Elway, Akeda. This is a great jam. No idea what he's saying, but vibes. Vibes! Welcome to The Link, 947. Let's head back into the KUAM News Zoom room where I don't know what kind of Relay for Life we're going to be having this year, but I'm ready.
It's going to be an awesome Relay for Life.
That's it, no matter what. And we got Tina Nokit from American Cancer Society on here. Good morning, Tina.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Chris, Sabrina, Jason. Thank you so much for having me on this morning.
Our pleasure.
Can you
wow.
hear me?
We can hear you just fine. So January, we're talking Relay. Just right off the bat, what are we looking at for this year's Relay for Life?
Well, as we remember last year and all the pivots we had to make and the changes, we really had to reimagine what Relay for Life is for our community and how to bring that alive. And so we're doing the same thing this year, keeping in mind, of course, all the pandemic rules that are still with us. We know we are now experienced, if you will, in having an event during a pandemic. But that means also that we know some of the things that we can expect and some of the things that we can improve on. Yep. One, definitely, we appreciated KUAM jumping on full force, helping us to bring that to our community in so many different ways. But I think one thing that our community did come back with afterwards, of course, they appreciated the opportunity, but they really, missed that intimate, in-person kind of thing. So definitely this year, we've moved into PCOR 2, so we're hoping to be able to offer more opportunities, maybe not in the grand scam traditional way we used to do Relay, but maybe definitely a combination of ways that we can get out into the community. So we're very excited. Our planning committee is coming up with several events throughout the year so that we have more opportunities to get with our survivors and honor our family members that have been through the journey, as well as give our community the opportunities to fight back.
So what are some of the activities you guys are looking at?
Well, first and foremost, next week on February 4th is actually World Cancer Day. And nationwide, we're going to use this day to kick off Relay nationwide. So for us, we're going to do a little bit of a kickoff here locally because we're ahead of everybody else in the States. And then on the 5th, the nation is going live on the Relay for Life Facebook to do a one-time kickoff with everybody across the state. So that's the first thing off the bat. So we invite everybody to tune into our Facebook pages to get the information on how to join that. And then we are looking at definitely a separate luminaria ceremony, so folks can still get the opportunity to decorate those bags, come out and take a look at the bags. So we're looking at different venues and opportunities. We don't know if that's going to be a drive-by kind of situation or a static display, but it's going to be definite. We're aiming towards something where folks can actually come out, socially distance. Of course, we'll take the proper precautions and make sure we get all the protocols in place and approved by our the Department of Public Health and Social Services before we move forward with that. But those are the types of things that we're looking forward to, and also definitely recognition of our survivors and our caregivers. I think they look forward and we look forward to seeing them every year. So whether that be, a combination of what we've seen in the past with those drive-through graduations or some sort of separate opportunity for them, for us to come out and celebrate them, get them out, and again, just be motivated and inspired by their stories and offer that support system that really is unique to Relay.
When you say separate luminaria, you mean separate as from the actual Relay?
Well, so I think, we did have our virtual event last year. And as we were setting that up for the filming, we kind of took a look and we were like, man, this is outside. This is, it's hindsight is 2020. We were really trying to get everything together for our show. And we recognized that was an opportunity that we could definitely look into for this year. Ensuring a large open space, maybe something that has a little bit of covering, or making sure that the bags can withstand the elements. And then the opportunity for folks to actually come in and take their time looking at the display from afar, spacing out when they actually come in and take a look if they wanted to look at them individually and things like that. So all of those ideas are currently in the planning stages, and definitely if our community has other ideas that they want to share with us, we're open to hear it, because the more ideas we can to work with, the better and more intimate, I guess, the celebration can be. And then that's really truly a way that our community can get involved.
Right, because it was just so beautiful to see all those bags outside lit up from the outside of the Guam Museum. I mean, you're right. It would be nice to see someone physically going there, whether it's, like you said, a drive-by and dropping it off, and then you see it, building whatever the display is live. So
right, absolutely. And we know that folks work so hard on their bags and getting that out there, and it's really not just for them, but it's for their family members and those that friends. Gives them an opportunity to support in that way as well. We are also just a little bit of a hint, again, still early in the planning process, we're hoping to really engage the entire community. So we're looking at something that may involve each of the villages and each of the mayors, and we're gonna, be coming up with the proposal, because traditionally Relay has been family, friends, and corporate teams. Now we really want to see if we can get into the villages and have the movement from within, and engaging our mayors and our village leaders to help rally around the survivors and the caregivers and the families in their villages, and help bring Relay out into the community. Hey, if we can't, they can't come to us, we're going to do everything we can to get it out to them.
Right, and I could just see it now, just one big show from, involving all of the villages. I know, and I know, Jason and I know firsthand that they are fully capable of shooting, sending in videos, because we did the virtual liberation parade with them. So I'm excited to see what you guys are going to come up with and how we're going to partner to share it all with the community.
I mean, Tina, Sabrina, and Chris even came up with a dance.
Yeah, that's right.
Our two choreographers here.
Yep.
Oh, Lord.
Anything's possible.
I
Yeah.
forgot about that.
No, so Sabrina was doing like the whole, I mean, it had elements of hula. You're storytelling with your hands, and and I mean, it was very heartfelt because it was to honor like our brother here at KUAM, the late Casey Conception, and I mean, Chris kind of did a bit of jiggling and let gravity take over, but it was good. It was creative.
And it just goes to show just how versatile the Relay for Life movement is. Whatever your talent is or non-talent, use it to spread awareness to get people involved. I mean, that's what it's all about. Put yourself out there, because we know that as our survivors and their families see these videos and the support, that's really what brings, them, tears in their eyes, gratefulness in their heart. And that's really what we want to bring out. I did want to shout out, we are doing a registration drawing. So everybody that registers for the 2020 event online or gives us a call to register, they get entered into a drawing to win an iPhone 11 courtesy of our friends at GTA. So give us a call, 477-9451, to get more information. It's on our Facebook page as well as our event page. We really want to, and we didn't get the opportunity last year with the whole pandemic to give away this prize. So we want to get it into the hands of somebody that could use it, especially in this day of teleworking and remote schooling and things like that. It's a great way to get registered and get a chance to win a prize. So I hope everybody jump on the website and get registered.
Mm-hmm. Aside from the different things that you guys are planning, you guys are still raising money. You're still having the corporate sponsors and all of that, right?
Absolutely. So there are ways to get involved with the Relay event. Help us as a volunteer, register your team, register yourself, donate to somebody who's on a team. If you're a survivor or a caregiver, let us know so that we can include you in all of the information about the activities that we're going to be having for you. And then also helping to spread the word about the American Cancer Society in Guam. Even in the pandemic, we have been servicing our patients. We have stopped a lot of things, but it didn't stop cancer and it didn't stop their journey. So our patient services are still available for the community. Mind you, things like the wig closet, the in-person wig closet is not available just for safety reasons. They had with the trying on and everything, but we do have an augment so they could get a certificate to order a wig and things like that. So our patient services are still available. Our office, with the pandemic, it's on a limited basis. So mornings by appointment, give us a call. We'll schedule you to come in. We do, again, want to make sure that folks are getting to their appointments and getting the information that they need to make it through their journey. So for all of our cancer survivors or newly diagnosed patients and their families, please give us a call if you haven't already. We are here for you, and we definitely want to help you get through this amazing, tremendous journey that's in front of you.
Tina, thanks for coming on, and as we get closer and you guys got more events on the way, just shoot us a message and we'll get you right on here, okay?
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Sabrina, Chris, and Jason. Have a great day and be safe, everyone.
Just no dancing. I'm not dancing anymore. It's since it was called a non-talent. Thank you, Tina.
Well, I hear you're a model, so maybe we'll do that.
There you go. I upgraded. See you, Tina.
Thanks, Tina. All right, go to their Facebook page where you can find out more information. Of course, we'll be giving you more information as well on this show. And
Man, I forgot about that dance.
I did too. Thanks,
Might
Jason.
have to bring that back, Joe, sir. I don't know. Just embarrass Bree. I mean, but Bree's a good dancer. I cannot even at all dance. I'm a model, though.
Yeah.
It's 9:58.
Like you said, you upgraded.
We'll take a real quick break and come back and wrap up the link next.
Say hello to... The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by the Bank of Guam and KFC.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
It takes all of us to protect Guam. Join the Guam Visitors Bureau in our social media campaign series aimed to protect our island and each other in this COVID-19 era. Participate in the Protect Guam movement by wearing your mask, showcasing Guam's heroes, staying active, and downloading the Guam COVID Alert app. Post and share your content with us. Use the hashtag ProtectGuam, and you could win $100. It's that simple. Check out visitguam.com for details. Let's reclaim our lives, our economy, and our tourism industry.
Big takeaway from the show today, they're having a gala in the CNMI. That's all.
And hang on, guys. We can't.
Oh, man, don't even.
Okay, I brought up the dance that Chris and Bree came up with. Joe, sir, it's in the.
You know,
crowd.
I think I might have been wearing this shirt, too. Thank you, Jason.
Okay, so
Jason will go to any and all lengths to just go find a way to
it's in your
embarrass us.
folder too, so if you want to bring that up. And did we talk about the fruit basket already?
No.
Okay, why don't we do that while Joe sir and I'll do our tech thing?
Okay.
Thanks.
Appreciate it.
Okay, so about half an hour ago, there was a huge knock at the door. You know, we got this big steel door here, and completely surprised to us, our friends from the Salvation Army said, we just wanted to do something, and thank you for the service that you provide the community. And look at that, Sabrina's got it up, beautiful, beautiful, and they gave us this unbelievable fruit basket. I mean, what a gesture of friendship. Wait, can you read that message?
It says, to our KUAM family, thank you for making the holiday season possible for us and the community from the Salvation Army family. Thank you so much to the Salvation Army family for going out there and doing what they have to do to help those less fortunate, and especially during this pandemic. There's just been so many people who have struggled with different types of troubles, and so thank you again to the Salvation Army for this generous gift here.
Okay, and speaking of gift, we have a gift to leave you with.
Jason is getting
And here's our gift to you.
level 1,000 at the Baba right now from me and Sabrina.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so
thank you, though, Salvation Army.
So
We
we'll
appreciate
go
it.
ahead and set this up. Chris has it on his computer. Joe sir's got it loading, and I got it on my iPad. So last year when we did the virtual Relay for Life, we worked with Tina and her team, and they're such good people, so much fun to work with. And Sabrina came up with the idea, why don't we do our own dance?
Yeah, good idea, Sabrina.
How long did it take you to do this?
What?
Sabrina was good to go. I'm the one who can't dance.
Anyway,
Yeah.
so came up with it, spent a couple hours. How am I going to do this? And then I actually liked the version, though, that Vic and Ty did.
Yeah, so they did it for real.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sabrina and I's version was like the remedial version.
Okay,
I
so-
am wearing this shirt.
You are?
Yeah.
Actually, you're wearing the exact same shirt. Okay, so here we go, guys.
Let's shake.
Here is the 2020 Relay for Life dance by Bree and Chris.
There we go.
Your feet on the ground, we all know we gotta fight to survive.
Let's
Live life tonight.
It's alright. That's so
Live
easy,
life,
man.
just live life.
We all know we just fight to survive. So live life alive, it's alright. Okay, gotta run back to the right. Never give up, never stay down, stand back up, your feet on the ground. We all know we must fight to survive. So live life alive, it's alright. Ready? Never give up, never stay down, stand back up, your feet on the ground. We all know we
No, but you know, and it's not about being funny. I mean, yeah, it's a nice look back at something that we tried to do. Notice how I'm saying we, and it was the two of you. In the
I didn't
video.
see you dancing.
Yeah, but you know, and but it just reinforces the point that we care about our community, and we have had so many people just here at KUM whose lives have been affected by cancer. We've lost
Too many people. Yeah.
like in the KUM family to
Yep.
that, and we're going to do whatever we can to make sure that Relay is the best that it can be, as it is every single year. So that's what we did. You know, that was a talent that we tried to do, and we would like to see yours as well. So as we continue to work with our friends at American Cancer Society leading up to the Relay for Life, we're definitely going to have more things that we can all get involved in whatever
Yeah.
form we do.
Keep your dancing shoes on standby. We're just here to help, really, whether it's, by doing a dance or asking a tough question. That's kind of what we try and do here on The Link every day.
And you know what? It wasn't just us that did it, because we put this video out on Facebook and we told people, okay, please share this, learn the routine yourself, improve upon it, tweak it to however you want to do. And we got 40 submissions, and some of them were amazing.
Yeah, it was
Right.
cute.
Yeah, that was awesome.
So we all did this together.
On that note, I want to leave you with this song from my late party, Savage K, Casey Conception. It's the song that we did the dance to. It's a great song. I'd love it all the way. Rest in power, party. It's called Live Life Alive. Great job today, Sabrina.
Great job.
Joe, sir. Jason, remember we got your 6 on our KUM News primetime broadcast. Again, my name is Chris.
I'm Sabrina.
Hasta. Adios.
Bye.
I just got the news.